I see Senate President Soto, the Minority Floor Leader, Senator Franklin Drilon, the Honorable Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Tolentino. I just saw him pop up in the screen. Thank you. And I also just saw Senator Marcos. I've already mentioned the Senate President. And of course, we also have Senator Risa Hontiveros. And if I missed anybody, we'll just call them later on. Will the Director General please tell us who are present and who needs to be administer the oath?
Yes, Your Honor. If I may proceed.
Please, go ahead.
Currently present are from the Procurement Service, Engineer Augusto Ilagan. Please say present when your name is called.
Video so we can see all of you. I would appreciate it very much if you would. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Mervin Ian Tangkintik.
Mr. Tangkintik.
They were here a while ago, Your Honor.
All right, okay. We'll mark him present when he appears. Go ahead.
Mr. George Mendoza.
I saw George Mendoza.
Present, Your Honor.
Thank you, George. Thank you for coming.
No.
Miss Noraline Salvador.
Who was that?
Noraline Salvador, Your Honor.
Noraline, are you there? Please. All right.
From the Office of the Ombudsman, Warren Rex Leong, Overall Deputy Ombudsman, Your Honor.
Welcome, Mr. Leong.
Present, Your Honor. Present, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
From the Civil Service Commission, Assistant Commissioner Ariel Ronquillo.
Present, Mr. Chair, good morning po, and to all the honorable senators.
Ms. Cheryl Santiago.
Present, Honor. Thank you.
From the Commission on Audit, Ms. Rodora Ugay.
Ms. Santiago, can you please remain on video so I can see you? I did not even see you. Punch your screen for the video, please. Excuse me, sir, ma'am. Huwag kayong aalis sa video. Okay.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
You're with Sasha?
Civil Service Commission, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for coming. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
From the Commission on Audit, Ms. Rodora Ugay.
Present, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Maria,
Present.
Maria Carmelita Enriquez.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Edgardo Rivera.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Ms. Cheryl Tabangcura.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The chairperson, Attorney Michael Aguinaldo, sent a letter saying that he might be late because of a previous engagement. From the Bureau of Customs, Ray Leonardo Guerrero, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, present, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Guerrero is just attending an executive committee meeting, Mr. Chairman, but he will join us shortly. I'm Assistant Commissioner Vincent Maronilla, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
From the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Attorney Cesar Dulay, Commissioner.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. Hail Cesar Dulay. Good morning.
Phil Jeps, Rosa Maria Clemente.
Ms. Clemente?
He was here a while ago.
Okay, I'll call her again. After the round, go ahead.
From, one moment, sir. I might. From Asia United Bank, Mr. Jemar Villar, Branch Manager.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Good morning po.
Good morning, Jem. Good morning.
From Banco de Oro, Maria Cristina Leonardo.
Present, sir. Good morning.
Welcome. Good morning.
From Land Bank of the Philippines, Ms. Aksa Ramirez.
Present, Your Honor. Good morning po.
Okay.
Attorney Chati Pauline Maceda.
Ms.
Present,
Maceda.
Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
From the Union Bank of the
Your
Philippines,
Honor. Good morning.
Present, Your Honor. Inaayos lang po yung camera, Your Honor.
Mr. Conrado Bustillos.
Opo, Your Honor. Present po.
Thank you.
From Criotech Philippines and EMS Companies, Mr. Ferdinand and Mr. Fernando Ferrer.
Present, Your Honor, and good morning.
Present, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good
From my
morning.
side.
Good morning.
From New Life Pharmaceuticals, Mr. Aldas, President.
Present, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Citaldas. Good morning.
From Pharmaly Pharmaceuticals, Huang Tzu Yen.
Present, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Where are you? Oh, there. Okay, see you. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mohit Dargani.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Twinkle Dargani.
Ms. Twinkle Gargani.
He was here a while ago, Your Honor.
I believe our counsel made a manifestation, Your Honor. My sister's experiencing a panic attack right now.
You know, everybody.
I'm not with her. I'm not with her,
Everybody has
so I
panic
really don't
attacks,
know the. I
That
don't
is
know.
not an excuse.
Yeah.
We will consider what we will do with her.
If Your Honor, please. Good morning.
I'm sorry. Who are you?
Attorney Don Rico Capunan, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
representing-
You have no personality to speak unless you speak to your client.
I will just. I was hoping to explain the absence of Miss Dargani. She just texted me, Your Honor.
Well, we heard already Mr. Dargani talk about her panic attack, and I think that should be sufficient.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sufficient to say that she informed us, but not sufficient to be absent from this meeting, from this session. I hope I'm making myself clear, Mr. Capuno.
We forwarded the medical certificate, Your Honor, as forwarded to me for the perusal of this honorable committee.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Justin Garado.
Present, Your Honor.
Mr.
Present
Garado.
po, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Lincoln Ong.
Present po, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Ong.
Ms. Crisel Grace Yu Mago.
Good morning. Present po.
Go
Miss-
ahead.
Ms. Iluminada Sebial, CPA External Auditor.
Present po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Sabial.
From Philippine Pharma Wealth, Attorney Maylin Villanueva.
Present, Your Honor.
From Philippine Blue Cross Biotech, Mr. Benito Techico.
Can you
From-
say present, please, Mr. Techico? Is that you? You're on mute. You are on mute, sir. Mr. Techico, you are on mute.
Present, Your Honor. Present, Your Honor.
Thank you.
From Tigerfield Marketing Corporation, Mr. Albert C.
Mr. Albert C.
Present, Your Honor.
Where are
Present,
you?
Your Honor. Present, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Stevenson C.
Present, Your Honor. Good morning.
Mr. Ching Jin Ke.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Brian Santos Ong.
Present, Your Honor. Morning po.
Morning.
Attorney Wendell Avisado.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Your Honors, I'm present.
Morning, Mr. Avisado. Good morning.
Mr. Michael Yang, also known as Yang Hongming.
Hello. Good morning.
Morning.
Dr. Anthony Tony Liatson, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Attorney, good morning.
Mr. Lin Wei Xiong was invited. He is the husband of Rose Nonolin. He sent word that he has contracted severe COVID and is hospitalized. He has left the country April 21, 2021 and has been unable to return to the Philippines since then.
Since April 21, huh?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that means long before this meeting started, is that it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Have we confirmed that with immigration?
Your Honor.
Can we confirm that with immigration, please?
Yes, Your Honor, we will.
Thank you.
There are two guests whose oaths need to be administered to, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Ms. Ronquillo, Mr. Ronquillo, sorry, and Ms. Santiago. Could you please raise your right hand?
Can you please state where they're from? Mr. Ronquillo is with Civil Service, right?
Yes,
Both
Your
of them,
Honor.
Your Honor, are
Assistant
from.
Commissioner,
Ms.
Civil
Santiago
Service
is also
Commission.
with Civil Service.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, please proceed. Thank you very much.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let the record state that
Okay, please.
both persons have had their oaths administered by the
Yes,
representative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Did we get any of the data that we wanted that we subpoenaed?
Your Honor, insofar as 10 seconds, Your Honor. We sent a letter to Mr. Lincoln Ong through his lawyer, addressed as well to Farmally. Mr. Ong, insofar as the missing documents are concerned, stated that he is not participating anymore in this proceeding, nor is he submitting anything reiterating their supposed rights under the Corporation Code on confidentiality, which Your Honor had previously ruled as not applicable to the Senate investigation. But
Yes.
yes,
I have
Your Honor.
knowledge of that article here, Senator Dillon, the new corporation code, and that clearly states that anybody involved in graft and corruption, they will be a corporation that doesn't make sure that their people are properly instructed on ways to avoid graft and corruption, and any member of the corporation acting as intermediaries in order to commit graft and corruption are held liable. Am I correct, Senator Dillon? Sir, you're on mute.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is a correct citation. Moreover, there is nothing in the corporation code which would justify the withholding of the information that we're asking for. These are matters of public interest. These are matters submitted, being asked of them in relation to this inquiry, and this is in performance of our constitutional duty. And there is nothing in the revised corporation code. If I may state, we wrote that law, Mr. President. We see nothing there which would justify the invocation of any of its provisions. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ong. You've been forewarned. Anything else, Mr. Kimbo?
Your Honor, certain subpoena issued especially against Ms. Custodio was not served because the office, which is similar to the office of Mr. Mohitargani, says that there is no person in that office because everyone is working from home.
Well, she's got addresses, so we should serve it in her home address if necessary. And
Yes.
maybe Mr. Tergani is claims that he is in a relationship with this woman, and that he even put her into a corporation called Business Beyond Limits. So let her be forewarned that she will be in contempt if she doesn't show up.
Yes, Your Honor.
At least her partner in that corporation, Ms. Mago, is here because they were both placed in that corporation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anything else?
Your Honor, 5 show cause orders were issued. One, the first against Mr. Gerald Cruz. It was not served because according to the security guard on duty, there is nobody to receive the subpoena since all employees of Fullwin Group of companies are all on a work from home status. The show cause issue.
I'm sure we could be more industrious than that and find out where he lives. He has addresses in Davao. He has addresses in other places, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, go ahead.
The show cause order issued to Lin Wei Xiong was served, and he sent the letter that I had read a while ago, Your Honor.
Yeah.
The show cause order to Rowena Candice Ruiz of the GPPB was also served. We await compliance with that show cause order. Mr. Jason Uson.
What does that mean? We await.
That he is supposed to submit a document. The document, the minutes of the back meeting and the procurement board meeting, Your Honor.
All right. Let them be forewarned as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
It is a crime to withhold documents to a duly constituted committee, court, or a committee of Congress, or even a constitutional commission. So I think you know what to do. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Second to the last is show cause order to Mr. Jason Uson. It was not served because according to the front desk receptionist of Beaufort condominiums, there is nobody in the unit to receive the order. And the order was attempted to be served twice, at 1 and then at 5 p.m. The show cause order to Mr. Xiaoxin Zhang of Tiger Phil was served. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Naputol yata signal ni Chairman, Director General.
Botol?
We're back. I don't know if you lost yours. I lost mine here from WebEx. So we remind the technical committee to make sure that the WebEx stays online, especially from the chairman's office and from the other members here. Let me. Anything else, Mr. Kimball? Can you proceed?
That is all, Your Honor. Today.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, in relation to the report of our executive director, can I ask a few questions just on the production of documents, nothing
Yes, sir.
substantive?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. We have requested, and the BIR has submitted to the committee electronic copies of certain documents that we requested for to be examined in executive session. We cannot read the documents. The electronic transmission has not been clear. May I request BIR Commissioner Dulay, who is present, to resend to us these documents, a clearer copy of the documents, if they don't mind. It's already with us, but we can hardly read it.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Dulay, please, go ahead.
we sent hard copies not by electronic mail, but
Okay.
physical hard copies to the Office of the Senate President, consistent with our instructions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that, sir. May therefore we request the good our chairman to through his office to request for copies of the hard copies submitted to the office of the president, so that we can have access to the same as a member of this committee.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Kimbo, you briefed me about that a couple of days ago, and was it clear copy? It wasn't a clear copy, right?
No, Your Honor. It was difficult to read, Your Honor.
Yes.
The electronic copies, but we will ensure that the clearer copies are reproduced for the members of the committee, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Dulay, can you give us that assurance, please?
Of course, Your Honor, but may we request which of the particular copies submitted are clear, because I don't think not all the copies we submitted are not clear. We will request the Director General to communicate with that.
Yes. Okay, we leave it at that, Mr. Chairman. The other issue is, in the last hearing, we requested for a subpoena and a subpoena ducis tecum to be issued on a certain Jeff Mariano, if I recall correctly, who was pointed to as the accountant in Farmally, and the documents that will support the financial statements submitted, particularly the cost of the sales. I'm sorry, the support documents on the sales of over 7.4 billion, and the cost of the documents to support the cost of these sales. May I know, Mr. Chairman, from our secretary, if in fact the subpoena has been issued and the result and the subpoena ducis tecum, and if it has been complied with? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May I respond, Mr. Chair?
You called you already. Go ahead.
The subpoena ducis tecum addressed to Ms. Twinkle Dargani, Mr. Mohit Dargani, as well as the subpoena ad testificandum addressed to Sofia Mercedes Custodio, Ms. Grisel Grace Mago, Ms. Ira Marie Moscoso, and Mr. Jeff Mariano of Farmally Pharmaceuticals were not served. The server attempted to serve the subpoena twice. First attempt was at 10:30 a.m. The security guard on duty of Fort Victoria Tower B informed the server that there's nobody in the unit to receive the subpoena. The server then went to the condominium administrative office, where the admin staff named Lovely instructed the server to wait for the person to receive the subpoena. After almost 2 hours of waiting, nobody came. The second attempt was at 5 p.m., where the front desk security guard said that there's nobody in the unit, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kimbo. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the information.
Well, it's obviously been a pattern that we have seen here, and I will touch on it in my preliminary remarks before I call the Senate President. With the permission of the Senate President, I'd like to go ahead and deliver some brief remarks here, if only to iterate and reiterate what has been taken up and where we're going. Mr. President, Mr. Senate President Soto, I quote from an ancient Roman historian: "Truth is often eclipsed, but never extinguished." Madalas pinagtatakpan ng katotohanan, pero hindi mapupukaw o di mawawala yung ilaw ng katotohanan. Here are some uncomfortable truths. Nasa pandemya pa po tayo, 2.6 million Filipinos ay may tama ng pandemya. At although bumaba ng konti yung COVID, ang lumalabas po ay sa bawat 5 kataong tinetest, isa ang lumalabas na positibo kung natetest sila adequately. Meron mga tatanong kung talaga natetest at mas halaga pa yung tracing. Hindi ata nagagawa. We've all cooperated with this. There's no problem because that's a mutual, that's a common interest by the Department of Health and by the Red Cross and by all others who are doing the testing. Pero those are the bare facts. 5 out of 10 tested still remain positive. I just had a classmate die of COVID and sepsis, and I told him I condole with the family of my classmate Roberto Del Castillo. That's the only thing I can do for him right now, and I'll pray for his family and of course the repose of his soul. He's a good man. COVID-19 has so far caused 38,768 deaths. It is 38,768 deaths too many. Masikip po itong isipin. Ilang kaya dito ang matatawag na preventable deaths? Preventable dahil na kung hindi nilustay ang kaban ng bayan, siguro po ay yung nilustay na makikita sa mga overpriced supplies, sa mga komisyon, kickback, rebate, at kung ano-ano pang termino ang ginagamit ng mga mandarambong, ilang kaya ang nakapasok ng maayos at maaga sa ospital. Hindi natin alam kung maayos talaga. Dahil lumalabas nga na dinodoktor pati yung shields at pinapalitan yung expiration date. At wala pa tayong sapat na katibayan na ito ay talagang dumating dito na dinala rito. At meron tayong katibayan, however, na mukhang hindi na rin binibilang sa ilang testimonya ng mga tao rito. Ilan kaya ang di na kailangan pumila habang ilan naman ang nangamatay doon pa lang sa pila? Ilang pamilya ang nabigyan ng sapat na ayuda? Ilang health workers ay nabayaran ng maayos ng tama? Madami sanang nagawa. Pagpapatuloy po natin ang pag-iingat upang matulungan ang isa't isa ang ating mga nakatatanda, mga health workers at kaibigan, and eventually the young people in this country. At ipagpapatuloy din po ang investigasyon. At sasabihin ko lang dito ng konti, baka hindi naintindihan ni President yung Thy Kingdom Come, yung nuances of a figure of speech. Sinabi ko po yung Kingdom Come dahil nakikita ko meron tayong highway ng kasinungaluhan ginagawa. Nakita nyo ngayon lang, ini-evade yung summons, nagsisinungaling at hindi nagsasabi ng totoo at lahat ng paraan tulad ng ginagawa ni Lincoln On ay umiiwas kung ano-anong batas ang sinasite. Pero hindi sila makakaligtas sapagkat ang committee, pag sinabi namin hanggang Kingdom Come, ibig sabihin, resolute. We will not leave a stone unturned. At maraming mga kababayan natin na hinihikayat tayo na tapusin hanggang saan aabot at alam na namin kung saan aabot, inaayos na lang po natin para malinaw na malinaw sa mga kababayan natin. Dito sa Blue Ribbon po, tuloy ang pag-iimbestiga. Hindi naman po nabibigo ang madla sa ginagawa ng Blue Ribbon. Ang malaman natin kung sino man ang may dapat pananagutan sa mga masiding sakit na ating naranasan lahat. Pagpapatuloy din po namin dito sa Blue Ribbon ang mga pagtatanong para makahanap tayo ng hustisya in accordance with the Constitution. We are co-equal branch of government and we have the right and the duty, more importantly, to reveal and find out the truth. At this point, I would just like to say, Mr. President, yung in-issue yung memorandum is totally unconstitutional. Wala kayong karapatan dyan. You're violating the Constitution. At walang issue ng national security dito, walang executive privilege dito, at walang diplomatic discussions as mentioned in the case of Ermita. So hindi na po ako magpapakahaba. Magaling rin naman po kayong abogado. Di umano at sanay kayong mag-abogado. Hindi po ba attorney Duterte? Nasabi ko lang po yun dahil nakakasakit ko na nakikita ko ang presidente ng buong bansa. Pagka kayo nanalo, presidente na po kayo ng buong bansa, pero ang lumalabas, pinagtatakpan nyo at pinagtatanggol nyo yung mga mandarambong at ayaw na galit kayo from the very beginning na talagang ayaw ninyong palabasin na yung mga taong dapat tumarap dito. The President cannot, however, be properly deemed an exercise of executive privilege. Na piniprevent yung official from appearing before Congress. Pero nasa sa inyo po yan. Kayo ang pinaka-powerful na tao dito sa Pilipinas. At nilang sa pagsasalita, muna sa marami na kayong mga pinapakita na hindi dapat sabihin. And so the answer, when our ships are barely floating in uncharted waters right now, on a sea of lies, the answer is clear. We head for the eye of the storm. Lusubin ang mata ng bagyo kung saan natin matatanto ang katotohanan. We go to the heart of the corruption. We reveal the extent of the conspiracies. We expose the facts, the faces of the conspirators. Lumalabas naman po di ba? Lumalabas yung girlfriend. Si Juan, hindi lang pala magaling magkotse ito, magaling lover boy. At ito po ay lumalabas na talagang may mga bago lumalabas na nakipagsapalaran sa bidding. Sapalaran o talaga nanalo sa bidding? Nanalo po. Ewan ko kung alam ni Michael Yang na meron kang ginawa, Mr. Dargani, na isang korporasyon kasama si Mago at kasama ang iyong girlfriend. Mas marami tayong ebidensya, mas mabuti ang mga batas na may papasan. Nakapagpasa na po kami para sa kaalaman ng madla. Nakapagpasa na po kami ng batas para magkaroon ng appropriations sa tulong nila Senator Angara at ng Senate na payagan po na magkaroon ng appropriations na masama ang budget na sigurado at magiging retroactive para doon sa mga SRA at sa mga hazard pay ng public and private healthcare workers. So meron nang nagawa po itong committee itong investigation, itong iniimbestigahan natin. Katotohanan lamang ang magbigay ng sapat na detalye sa mga kongresista at senador upang makagawa ng mga batas at mapaniguradong ang paggamit ng ating batas, ang buwis ay maayos or wise. Kaya nga po mula nang nagsimula ang mga hearing ng Blue Ribbon, ito ang mga sumusunod. Nakapag-file na tayo ng bill, sinabi ko na po yan para sa healthcare workers. Lumalabas po ang katotohanan na gancho ang gobyerno sa bibig mismo ni Rizal Mago and no amount of denying it now kapag nailura niya na yung sinabi niya at hindi lang niya sinabi yung basta-basta, tahimik, nasa TV, nakikita in his own privacy of his own home nung sabihin niya na ginagancho nila ang gobyerno at hindi lang isang beses na inamin, 2 beses at mapapakita natin hindi lang 2 beses at yung ibang mga sinasabi niya at meron pa nakapagtestigo na kasama siya doon sa gumagawa ng paggagancho. Nakumpirma natin ang findings ng COA report na meron nga po talagang fraud, waste, and abuse. Pangliling lang at paggagastos ng walang katuturan at abuso ng kapangyarihan. Ipinatingin po ng DOH ang purchase ng 4 na overpriced laptops. Pinatigil nila nung malaman at tinanong namin sila ukol doon sa COA na bumibili sila ng 4 na overpriced laptops. To the credit of Assistant Secretary Tayag, pinigil niya yung pagbili. Lumalabas po, so may pakinabang rin naman pala ang COA. Lumalabas po ang koneksyon ng presidente mismo ni Michael Yang, Parmali at PSDBM sa mga taong merong standing warrant for criminal offenses sa ibang bansa. Yung pong Parmali sa Taiwan. Kaya nila, tell me who your friends are and I'll tell you who you are. Noong Sabado, October 2, 2011, DOH announced the suspension of deliveries from Parmali. So may nagawa. Sa mga face shields at nire-review. Meron naman nagawa to the credit of Secretary Duque. 8. Witness po tayong lahat sa madaming pag-iwas at mga pagsasabi ng taliwas sa katotohanan. O dili kaya, pag-divert ng ating atensyon, pag-distract sa ating atensyon sa suliraning hinaharap. Ito po yung mga kasinungalingan. Dagat nga ng kasinungalingan ang dinadaanan natin. Ang Parmali ay napagkalooban ng bilyones na kontrata na ang kapital ay kakarampot na 625,000 pesos lamang. Bitin ko po, napakaswerte nitong family, lahat nagabundok, kwarta ng bayan, almost at least 8.8 hanggang 12 billion pesos ang nalustay dito sa family na pinagbigyan na favorite ng PSDBM. Pero ang kanilang pera ay 625,000 pesos lamang. Umamin po under oath ang inspection staff ng PSDBM na sila po ay pinapipirma ng mga delivery inspection report na hindi nakikita ang deliveries at sa salita lamang pa na ang mga shipment ay nasa China pa. Yun ang sinabi nila. Pinapipilitan po nila Lau at Leong na exempted sila sa procurement law noong March 25, 2020 dahil sa Bayanihan 1. Isang tingin lamang po sa Bayanihan 1 at malalaman po natin ito po ang mga lawyers na ito ay gumagawa ng misleading statements. Sa Bayanihan po 1 po ay talaga nagsisinungaling na sila dyan sapagkat wala pong exemption anumang batas, Bayanihan 1 or 2 and any law na pinapayagan na wala ng due diligence. Eh di ibigay na lang natin kahit kanino. Yun na lang gawin natin para sabihin na natin, pinamimigay ang pera ng gobyerno sa mga paborito. Wala na tayong problema. Tinanong si Ong, saan galing ang pera? Iwas po ng iwas. Kapa ng kapa ko na sasabihan. Iwas pusoy ang sinasagot. Kesyo ng utang. Kesyo humiram pero ayaw sabihin kung saan galing. Kesyo sikreto. Hindi niya parang pwedeng sabihin. Secret raw yun at secret of the trade. Hindi niya masabi kung kanino galing ng malinaw. Para hindi natin malaman kung illegal ang pinanggalingan ng pera o maaaring hindi drug money ang pinanggalingan. At hanggang umamin na siya mismo na sabi niya ito ay galing kay Michael Yang. Si Michael Yang ang nagagaransya. Sinabi rin po ni Ginang Iluminada Sebial, nakakaawa po si Ms. Sebial, na imbis na maging transparent ang Pharmaly, tumanggi daw po ang Pharmaly na ibigay ang mga records ito sa kanila. Samantalang sabi naman ni Michael Yang, wala na daw siyang pakialam sa Pharmaly. Pagkatapos nung humarap siya, pagkatapos namin habulabulin yung kanyang bahay, at finally humarap siya on the third summons, at sinabi niya, ito, wala na daw siyang pakialam sa Pharmaly, pagkatapos siyang ipakilala ito sa presidente noong March 2017. Ito po ay pawang kasinungalingan ayon kay Lincoln Ong sapagkat kinailangan ng Pharmaly ng pera mula kay Michael Yang na sabi niya ay nagagaransya at nakakasiguro tayong malaki puno ang nilabas sa pera di umano kung naglabas talaga ng pera. Pero lumalabas talaga, sinungaling itong si Michael Yang sapagkat sinabi niya wala na siyang pakialam pero lumabas malaki ang pakialam niya at pakinabang. Itinanggi nila Mojit Dargani ang Pharmaly na kailangan nilang magbayad ng buwis sa 18 million lang na mamahaling kotse na Lamborghini na binigay niya sa kanyang bilang isang regalo sa kanyang mabunying kapatid na si Twinkle. Mabuti na lang po at saklaw ang mga panlolokong yan ng batas na sinasabing wala pong pinagkaiba ang gift sa donation na meron po dapat buwis na bayaran. At kahit na po, sabi niya, kinuha niya bilang advance na dapat siya ay may kasalutan at kung di ako nagkakamali, if memory serves correct, ay dapat nagbayad sila ng documentary stamp tax sa lahat ng kasunduan na ganyan. Pag nag-advance ka, meron kang babayaran. Tandaan din po natin itinanggi ni Mojit Dargani na siya po ay nagsilbi sa ating gobyerno. Wow, nakalagay yon sa LinkedIn. Sa kanyang nakalagay sa LinkedIn. Walang eksplanasyon, simple lang. Simpleng pagtanggi lamang. Saka na lang siya nag-explain matapos siyang napakita ni Senator Hontiveros ang social media page ni Mojit Dargani kung saan diniklara niya na siya raw ay special advisor to the Office of the Presidential Economic Advisor. In that sense, magkasama sila ni Lincoln Ong, parehong special assist advisor to the Office of the Presidential Economic Advisor. Huwag po natin habang nag-uusapan niya, kalimutan ang mga litrato nila Michael Yang, Lincoln Ong, at ni Wang dun sa Pharmaly, sa presidente at saka sa Malacanang o dun sa meeting nila na natugurian, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Tatlo sila na mukhang maganda ang kanilang pag-uusapan. At sinasabi rin po nitong si Presidential Economic Advisor na hindi niya sinasabi kaagad yon pero sinabi niya rin na siya ay isang interpreter. Nung tanongin natin siya kung saan galing ang kanyang pera, o yan ang mga litrato, hindi pwedeng pagkaila, At yan ho ay sinasabi na siya raw ay interpreter ni Michael Young. Mayaman naman talaga ito si Lincoln Ong. Balita ko ito si Lincoln Ong ay scion ng isang malaking cement company na naandyan sa Pangasinan. Sinusuri po natin yan ngayon. Sabi ni Michael Young, nung may nagsabi nang siya ay tumulong, di umano sa family na siya ay naggaransya lamang. Later, napakilala na siya na maraming kanyang supplier. Yung mga pangalan ay nandito. Si Miao Miao, si Sintue, Su Tianyun, Chang Ahong, Miao Miao. Hindi ko alam kung pusa yan o aso o ano man yan. Pero yan ang mga pangalan ng sinasabi niya. At sa mas kaula-unang pa, nagpautang sabi ni Wang Suyan, inamin na niya na pinautang sila ni Michael Young. So sinungaling si Michael Young na sinabi niya wala na siyang pakialam matapos yung meeting na yan. Magkano yung pinautang? Hindi sinasabi. Magkano yung interest? Hindi pa sinasabi. Magkano ang kita? Nagbayad ba ng buwis na tama? May kasalutan ba yan? At palitan ng pera, dapat may kasalutan yan at dapat may konting bayad ng buwis yan. Dapat nilang bayaran. Sabi ni Mago, ayoko na sana sabihin to, pero hindi na bale. Pinalitan niya na, sinabi niya na, mahirap nang bawiin yan, Miss Mago. I'm sorry, Paulinyan ka pa naman, ba't nagkaganyan ka? But anyway, pagdarasal ka na lang namin. Sana ligtas ka dyan sa mga bago mong kasama. At niloko mo pa kami na makikipagkita ka pa kami kunyari. At pagkatapos sabi mo, haharap ka dahil you were safe. Papasalamat ka sa amin na nag-alala kami. Yung pala, dyan ka rin naman pala babagsak sa kampon ng family at ng iba pang kampon. Itong investigasyon na ito ay mahantulad na pagbabalat ng sibuyas. Habang binabalatan po, umiiyak, lumuluha tayo. Pero beyond that, lumuluha ang bansa sapagkat talagang kinukuha ang salapi ng bayan. Tanggal ka ng tanggal na bawat layer, nasasyak ka, nagugulat ka, at lumalabas ay naluluha tayo sa abdi ng mga nadidiskubre. Haplit ng kasinungalingan, haplit ng mga pagnanakaw at pagdarambong. Natin habang palalim tayo ng palalim, papaloob sa sibuyas. Pati yung mga ginagawa nila na pagkatapos isipin nyo, itong silaw, ang kanya palang kuwan ay may termino. Yung termino niya, pag nagawa na yun, nakuha na yung mga pera, ay bigla magre-resign at mag-a-apply sa ombudsman. At nung nagkaring mainit sa ombudsman, umatras siya, ang nilagay naman yung kanyang Director for Procurement na walang iba kundi si Mr. Leong. Totoo po yan. Siya po ang na-appoint ng Pangulo doon sa ombudsman. Bakit importante malaman kung saan galing at saan pumunta ang pera? Legal ba yon? Nagpaluwal ba ang gobyerno? Nagamit ba sa maayos ang pinaghirapang pera ng bayan na binayad nila sa mga obis? O ito ba ay nawaldas lang sa pagpuno ng mga bulsa ng mga sakim? Sugat-sugatan na po ang tao sa kasinungalingan. Dumurugo na ang puso ng bayan. Kumita na sila. May mga kotse na sila. Hindi ba may kukubli ang gagaling ng kotse nila. Ang gaganda at mamahalin. Meron po tayo tinatawag sa Civil Code, conspicuous consumption in times of crisis. May crisis po tayo. Nakuha pa nilang bumili. Parang yung presidente at saka si Secretary Bongo, nung matapos sila mag-file ng candidacy, hindi ko maintindihan ba't sila nagpunta sa isang gusali na nagtitinda ng mamahaling mga relo doon sa isang mamahaling na department store. Wala na ba tayo mga budhi, mga kaibigan? Di ba natin nalalaman na hihirapan ng mga tao? Pupunta pa tayo doon sa lugar na mararangya. Ang nakakabili lang ay talagang mga may pera, hindi natin alam kung saan galing. Nagugulat si Senator Villanueva, nakita ko biglang pumihit sa mukha ko nung sinabi ko yan. Hindi ka na dapat magulat sapagkat tatapusin ko itong opening remarks as I began with an ancient Roman wisdom for our witnesses. Sabi ni Cicero, isang matandang senador ng Romano, and I quote, "The habit of lying paves way to perjury." Yung pong tuloy-tuloy na pagsisinungaling na naging habito ay tuloy-tuloy sa isang crime na ang tinatawag dyan ay perjury. He who has once deviated from the truth yung talagang hindi mo na sinasabing katotohanan, usually commits perjury with as little scruple as he would tell a lie, Mr. President. Mahirap po yan sapagkat ang nakikita natin, hindi may tatanggi gabi-gabi, yung kanyang tell the people, tell Senator Gordon, tell Senator Drilon, tell Senator Hontiveros, tell Senator Lacson, pati yung mga buhok namin, tiyan namin, i-insultuin mo. Napaka-unpresidential. Nakakasuklam. Makinig po sana tayo sa bulong ng Diyos, imbis na minumura natin ang Panginoon. Makinig po kayo sa inyong mga konsensya kung may natitira pa na sa mga tinuro sa inyo ng inyong mga magulang at sa ating mga mamamayan. At tila, sinasabi pa ng SWS, pinagmamalaki pa, na tayo raw mga Pilipino, 45% ay hindi makapagsalita dahil natatakot tayo. Ano yung kakatakot nyo? Sabihin ko lang sa inyo, cowards die, sabi ni Shakespeare, 1,000 deaths. But those who speak the truth die but once. Yan lang ang gusto ko sabihin sa inyo. Could all this now, ang tanong ko ito, malaking tanong ito. Nabigay ko na sa inyo summary halos ng mga nangyayari dito. Tanong ko ngayon sa bayan, ito ba mangyayari kung walang direktor? Kung walang powerful person behind this? Sino kaya? Kaya ba ni Ong yan? Interpreter? Kaya ba itong mga Gargani? Kaya ba ito ni Lau na in-appoint ng Pangulo at ni Leong? Tapos aalis, tapos maka-appoint ulit ng Ombudsman? Sino lang ang pwedeng gumawa niyan? Sino ba ang kahol ng kahol na nagmumura gabi-gabi ting aharap doon na hindi na sinasabi ko ang sitwasyon ng ating bansa na nahihirapan na? Sino po ba? Kundi ang ating presidente na hinalan ng bayan para ipagtanggol ang bayan. Na nakalimutan na lahat ng presidente kahit anong sama, meron pa rin konsensya na ipagtanggol ang bayan sa mga pandarambong. Ikaw na rin sabi, Mr. President. At ngayon, sabi mo, isang whiff of corruption, hindi mo paparaanin. Ito na, mga tao yan, in-appoint mo. Pero sa iyo kasi, pag tao mo. Pati sundalo mo namin, inangkin mo na eh. Inangkin mo na yung sundalo. Kayo na lang ang may-ari ng sundalo at ng mga pulis. Mga pulis ko, mga sundalo ko. Nakakahiya kayo, Mr. President. Hindi tama yung ginagawa ninyo. You're a bad example for children. Your cursing is a bad example for children and the people of this country. You're really disrespecting women. Kumakain ka, pipilitin mong hipuan yung iyong maid, pinapakita mo pa doon sa pamilya mo, nakakahiya, Mr. President. Kaya sabi ko, you do not deserve to be president of any nation. I'm sorry, Mr. President. Once upon a time, maaaring ko sabihin na talaga ng mayor tayo, makakilala tayo, bumotor ka pa, pupunta ka pa sa Subic, at once upon a time, I may have considered you my friend. But you know what, Mr. President, sabi mo nga, ikaw, hindi mo ako tutunghayan, hindi mo ako titigilan, pati ngayon, Senator Drilon, lumalabas ka pa ng kung ano-ano sinasabi mo. Sasabihin ko lang sa inyo, I did not lose anything when you lost my friendship. I did not lose anything. Ikaw ang nawalan because wala ka ng kaibigan na matitino, Mr. President. Now, hindi mangyayari ito kung hindi ka kumukumpas. Hindi mangyayari ito kung hindi mo pinagtatanggol. Hindi mangyayari ito na wala ka ng ginawa na hindi pagtanggol ang tao, ang pinagtatanggol mo si Yang. Mahal na mahal mo si Yang. Ang gaganda pa ng litrato nyo. Magkatabi pa kayo sa aeroplano, magkatabi kayo sa lamesa. Ewan ko kung nag-holding hands kayo sa ilalim. Hindi naman siguro, pero macho kayo eh. Pero sabihin ko lang sa inyo, ayoko nang puntahan yan dahil kumisan, naghahalo ang aking emosyon sa ginagawa ninyo. Hindi ko akalain na ang bayan natin ay nagkaroon ng isang pangulong katulad nyo. The cards have been stacked against us, Mr. President. You are the most powerful man in the country. You have control of media, Channel 4. You have control of lahat ng broadcasting. Kaya nyo kaming pasinungalingan, lahat na sasabihin namin. Pero I'll tell you, Mr. President, mananalo kayo sandali. Sabi nga ni Lincoln, I think it was Lincoln who said, you can fool some of the people some of the time. You can fool all of the people some of the time. Mr. President, you cannot fool the people all the time. And Mr. President, the people are coming for you. Malalaman at malalaman nila ang katotohanan, Mr. President. Nalalaman na nila ngayon. Tignan ninyo, bigla kayong umatras. Sumunod kayo sa tao, Tinalo kayo ng Senate President ng bansang ito. Tumakbo kayong Vice President, tinalo kayo sa survey. Survey lang ho yun, Mr. President. Pwede pa niyong dayain later on yun. Pero natalo kayo ng Senate President ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Sapagkat naninindigan kami lahat dito para sa bansa. Now, Mr. President, hindi natin gagawin personal ito. Ang laban dito ay laban ng tao. Kaya ngayon, paglaban natin ng tao, even as we say this, you vociferously, irrationally, and strangely defend these people. I sometimes wonder whether you still have bouts of lucid interval, Mr. President. And therefore, this committee hearings will continue as we discover malfeasance and misfeasance. Hindi lang pagdidepensa sa mga tauhan ninyo, inatake din nyo ang COA. Inatake din nyo ang Senado. Hindi nyo maikakailayan. Sabihin nyo, hindi nyo inatake ang COA. Sabihin nyo ngayon, hindi ko inatake ang COA. Mahalaga ang COA sapagkat yan ang naghahanap ng mga katiwalian. Ako haharap sa COA. Inaatake nyo ako doon sa Senate, sa Subic. Harapin ko po yan. Kaya ko sagutin yan. Wala akong dapat ikaya sapagkat yumaman po ang bansa nung ako magsimula sa Subic. Yumaman po. Dumami ang trabaho. Lahat na walang trabaho. Giniba kami ng pinatubo. Wala akong dapat ikahiya sa inyo and I don't have to answer to you of all people. I can answer all that COA thing. At huwag kayong magsinungaling. The case is COA versus SBMA. Wala po Richard Gordon doon. Yung SBMA po, totoo, kasama ako doon. Kasama rin po yung COO. Kasama rin po yung secretary, yung director ng mga tinatawag nating mga opisina doon. Kasama rin po yung bumibili ng gasolina. Kasama rin po yung nagbibiyahe. Lahat po yan. Ba't naman nyo akong sisingilin? Kung may ninakaw po ko, wala po ako ninanakaw. Baka kayo, meron. Kayo magpaliwanag. Then inamin nyo na rin naman at some point in time doon sa Chamber of Commerce ng Chinese Chamber. At sinabi nyo, at makikita ko kung pwede kong sabihin sa inyo yung sinabi nyo, sino ba nagmamalinis? Ako rin. Marami rin akong kinurakot, sabi nyo ganon. At ang sabi nyo, to be very exact, I hate corruption. Hindi ako magmamalinis. Marami rin akong nanakaw, pero naubos na. So wala na. Quote unquote, pahayag ng Pangulo ng tinugunan ang tawanan ng mga dumalo sa Fiesta Pavilion, Manila Hotel kahapon. Iyan ang lumabas sa pahayagan. Ulitin ko, sabi nyo, and I quote, I hate corruption. Hindi ako magmamalinis. Kama. Marami rin akong nanakaw. Kayo nagsabi niyan, hindi ako. Marami rin akong nanakaw, sabi nyo, pero naubos na. So wala na. Close quotes. Sa nahuli ang isda, sa bibig. At kung malaking isda ang nahuli, nagpupamiglas, talagang lahat ginagawa para manakit. So, mga kasama, yung araw na ito, Mr. President, ito yung ginawa namin, kailangan ng malaking pera para sa bakuna. Kailangan ng pera para sa testing. Kailangan ng pera para sa ayuda. Ang hirap pumasok sa ospital dahil kulang ang kama, kulang ang ospital, at namamatay na ang mga tao. Tulad ng sinabi ko, nasa sepsis na sa labas. Marami nagugutom na kailangan ng kalinga. Marami nagkakasakit na di makapasok sa ospital. Maraming namamatay na di man lang nakikita ng doktor. Lugmok ang sambayanan. Habang magpapasasa ang mga mandarambong sa kanilang mga mamahaling sasakyan at magagarang bahay at mga sasakyan, Mr. President, namamayagpak sila dahil binaback up ninyo itong mga mandarambong na ito. Dumarami ang walang trabaho. Anong dumarami? Ito ang pinaka-lowest natin sa GDP natin since 1947, if I'm not mistaken, or 1949. Pero pakita na mas mahalaga ang kapakanan ng ordinaryong Pilipino kaysa mga kaibigan ninyong mga makapangyarihan at naghaharing dayuhan. Yan ang may pagbabalaki nyo. Yan ang accomplishment ni Attorney Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Ang pagmalaki nyo na kayo ay tumitindig sa inyong mga kaibigan na mga banyaga na humuhutot. Meron pa ako dapat ipakita, hindi ko napapakita, nakita na ng tao. Nasabi nyo, salaga saksakan ng yaman kaya kayo dumidikit sa China. Pinagbili nyo na, sinagasaan na mga tao natin ng barko. Inalipos na lahat ang ating mga dagat na kinuha ng ating mga isda at pati ba pawang langis. Makikiparte pa kayo sa kanila. Such a shame, Mr. President. So, huwag nyo lang pong babasusin, Mr. President, ang talino ng taong bayan. Yan ang ginagawa nyo palagi ngayon. Mr. President, Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I thank you for your patience. I'm sorry I have to say all this because sobra na. Tama na, pati Constitution, binabaliktad na. Sa pagsisinungaling lahat na gumagawa, ang tawag po dyan, naglulubid ng buhangin. Itong mga barkada nyo rito. Alam nyo ba, pag naglubid kayo ng buhangin, hindi nyo pwedeng gawin lubid ng buhangin sapagkat nalulusaw yung buhangin. Ginoong Abogado Duterte. Nalulusaw yan sapagkat pawang walang pinaninindigan na katotohanan. And so, Mr. President, again, I prayed for you last night. I will pray for you again. And I will tell you, maybe God will still save you because God is good. Thank you very much, and God bless the Republic of the Philippines. I now recognize Senator Soto, after which I will recognize immediately Senator Tolentino. I'm sorry, Senator Lacson. Thank you very much. The Honorable Senate President Soto is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am just here to listen. I was tempted earlier to comment on some unworthy comments made on the committee and some of our statements here, but we'll just ignore them and listen to the hearing. Go ahead, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I wish I had your patience and forbearance. But sometimes, it's about time that people know the truth. Dapat alam nila kung ano ang hinaharap nila. Hindi natin tayo tatahimik kung hindi nila malalaman. And that's why you have ratings better than him, Mr. Senate President. Thank you. Senator Lacson, sorry for the preliminary remarks. It is your turn to speak. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This will be a very short manifestation. Please allow me to play a video of our September 24 committee hearing, if only to belie the testimony of Ms. Crisel Mago in the House of Representatives yesterday, that her admission before this committee in relation to the issue of changing the production stickers of face shields was a pressured response. And I'd like to advise Ms. Mago to watch very, very closely and very carefully. Thank you. Here it is, Mr. Chairman. It's just a 1.5 minute video.
No, kanina merong claim, yung napanood nyo naman siguro yung video na pinalabas ni Senator Hontiveros, di ba? And your name was prominently mentioned. How would you respond to that?
Mr. Chairman, I would have to watch the video again because I believe there are a few or even more allegations that I'm not sure if I heard it correctly. But then with the regards to the changing of the stickers of the items, my response would be that this was a supply concern. I raised this concern to our management, and that was the solution that was given to us.
As a follow-up, Mr. Chairman,
yes, go ahead,
who
sir.
ordered you to give that instruction to the warehouse man? Since you admitted already that you gave the instruction, now who instructed you to give that instruction? I suppose it was not in your on your own initiative that you gave that instruction, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Who instructed you?
The instructions came from our management po.
Who particularly?
I received the instructions from the PPC management, particularly Mr. Mohit Dargani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, you be the judge, Mr. Chairman. If that was a pressured response, and if she was bullied by this representation, when she admitted that it was Mohit Dargani who gave her the instructions to have the production stickers changed. So that's all, Mr. Chairman, for my manifestation.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. I was hoping I could catch her, but I don't think we need her anymore because she's already said what she said. And I'm glad that you showed, just for the memory of our people, I could also show that she said, were you in fact, you were swindling the government? And he said, yes. And then, Senator Pangilinan also joined in and she also admitted that. So walang tulak, walang pananakot. She said that in a very calm way. She was inside her apartment. There was nobody there to intimidate her. But anyway, I really am sorry for what has happened to her. Yes, Senator Hontiveros, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may also Senping make a brief manifestation. Mr. Chairman, I'm aware that the other house has raised questions about my witness not presenting himself before us. Una po, I would like to repeat in our hearing that he executed an affidavit under oath and we submitted this to the good chairman. Secondly, the witness has given us permission to share these screenshots. Siya po ay natatakot para sa kanyang buhay dahil mayroon pong nakamotor na pinaghahanap siya. And as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Chairman, the witness's statement was corroborated by Ms. Mago's own unrehearsed statement before this chamber. So I would just like these threats to be placed on the record po, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
What are you referring to? Na hinahanap siya ng dalawang nakamotorsiklo? Yan ba pinapakita ninyo?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, yun po yung nakapakita sa the couple of screenshots na nung isang gabi mayroong dalawang nakamotor na pinaghahanap siya at nag-aalok ng 2,000 piso sa isang tao para ituro kung saan siya nakatira, Mr. Chairman. Kaya po siya natatakot para sa kanyang buhay, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Should we know your observation is already in the record?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
They have done everything to toward the investigation. We shall now proceed in the order of last week. It is Senator Pimentel. Senator Pimentel, are you there? Senator Pimentel? And Senator Tolentino. You were not able to to interpolate last time, so you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just unmute the other gadget. This has something to do with the DILG hearing. So, yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, can I have the representative of, if the Civil Service Commission is present, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you have Ms. Bam and Mr. Assistant Civil Service Commissioner Ariel Ronquillo and Ms. Cheryl Santiago. Cheryl Bam.
Any representative, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, she's there. Assistant Commissioner Ariel Ronquillo.
Assistant Commissioner,
Yes,
can
sir.
you wait so I can see you? As Assistant Commissioner, ito pong pag-uusap ngayon sa simula't simula pa, and this was also mentioned by Senator Lacson during the last hearing, touched on the peculiarity of having OICs. Ito pong si Lau ay OIC, pero siya po, si Mr. Lau ay USEC. So, is there any current circular concerning this insofar as civil service is concerned? Is this allowed?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Senator Tolentino. Opo, ito po ay nakapaloob sa ating Omnibus Laws and Appointments and other human resource actions. Yung pong provision natin pertaining to designation ay nasa Section 13 ng ating Omnibus Rules at allowed po doon ang designation as OIC kahit po ano yung position, because by definition a designation is simply an imposition of additional duties.
Yes, I agree, Assistant Commissioner. But is there a time frame here? How long should you be occupying that position, and the concomitant powers that should be given to you? Are you just a caretaker, or can you have a signing authority as if you're the head of the department?
Okay, Mr. Chair, may I clarify po, no? There are two kinds of designation under the rules. One is as an OIC, and the other one is in an acting capacity. If you are an OIC, designated as an OIC, your function involves administrative in nature. Nakalagay po dito sa ating rules, pag OIC ka, sandali lang po.
Hindi po kaya administrative in nature lahat?
Hindi po.
Because they
Pagka
belong
po
to
kasi
an administrative body.
kapag po OIC, the purpose of having an OIC is simply to take care of the administrative functions of the office. And usually, the tasks given are routinary. It does not involve discretion. Unless the designation as an OIC specifically includes that as part of the functions. Iba po yung designation as acting, kasi kapag acting, you practically make the acting person as the incumbent of that position, and therefore he can do everything.
The reason why I asked that, Assistant Commissioner, is because we're now in an election period. A lot of the incumbent will be running, and perhaps there will be no time for the appointment of a person that would hold an office in a permanent capacity, for instance, cabinet members that will be subjected to CA. So sa ngayon po, meron po ba tayong pagkakaiba, nabanggit nyo yung duties, yung discretion, appointment po yan, doon sa pagpirma, yung amount, is there a cap? Is there a limit? Is there a threshold kung magkano? So kung wala po siguro, Assistant Commissioner, at sa tingin ko wala, binasa ko lahat yung nilalaman ng batas, it's with all due respect, as a constitutional body, it is incumbent upon the Civil Service Commission to come up with a circular defining for that purpose the exact role of an OIC, an acting, the one in an acting capacity. And Mr. Chairman, relative to this, I propose an amendment to Section 27, Chapter 5 of the Administrative Code, which will define and limit the powers of an officer in charge or those positions with temporary appointments. The reason, Mr. President, is napakagulo po talaga nito. You don't have just an OIC in the national government, but even in local governments. And Mr. Assistant Commissioner, perhaps there should also be a circular emanating from your end that would inform you if a person acting as an OIC was indeed designated. When there is a new appointment, correct me if I'm wrong, you have to take your oath. And the appointment will mention that you have to furnish the Civil Service Commission copy of that oath. Is there a requirement that when an OIC is designated as an OIC, that he also takes an oath, and the copy of an oath will be furnished to the Civil Service Commission as a constitutional body?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, the appointments that are being furnished to the Commission are those of appointments. Designations orders of designations are not actually given to us.
So
And
hindi ko kaya tama ngayon na bigyan din kayo ng kopya ng mga designations para alam nyo?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I think that's a very good idea so that we can monitor effectively the correct application of our rules on designation.
And would you agree, Mr. Assistant Commissioner, that there is no need for a legislation concerning this, and all you have to do is issue a circular concerning this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I think the Commission, being the central HR of the entire government, has the power to make that directive to all agencies of the government.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Commissioner. I would love to have Secretary Duque as a resource person, because he was also a former chairman of the Civil Service Commission, and the expertise he must have gained from that position would clarify all of this. Salamat po, Mr. Assistant Commissioner. So, Mr. Chairman, Section 27, Chapter 5, the Administrative Code of 1987 should be amended, and that should include OICs with limited powers, limited signing authority, and time-bound, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask for the Civil Commission on Audit Chairman, Mr. Chair? Chairman Aguinaldo.
Chairman Aguinaldo, is he here already?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman, yes, I'm here.
Chairman Aguinaldo, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Aguinaldo, for the nth time, I've heard this. The COA findings focus not on overpricing, but on inventory management issues. Am I correct? Mr. Chairman.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chairman.
So when you mention inventory management issues, are you telling us, are you telling the DOH or even other government agencies that there appears to be no system of automated warehousing, cloud-based warehousing inventory system that would really ensure the non-wastage of resources, as well as have a proper warehousing implementation for all goods procured by an entity, and this includes local government units. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, that would be, Mr. Chairman, that would be one of the implications or the reasons for that finding.
And are you with me, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, similar to the question I asked the Civil Service Commission, are you with me that there is no need for an amendatory law concerning this, and that the Commission on Audit can just issue a circular requiring all local government units, all national government agencies, to include the DepEd, to have an automated warehousing system in place that can be audited by the COA?
I'm not sure if it's just the Commission on Audit that would have that authority. Perhaps jointly with the Government Policy Procurement Board. But I mean, it's something we could inspect and take a look at. I think it's very wise, especially in this day and age. And I believe there are several bills that are pushing for more automation in government, and this certainly could be one of those. Logistics issues are usually come up in observations for these agencies that are involved in procurement and distribution. So that's something we could look at. I'm not sure if it's just the Commission on Audit alone, maybe with some other agencies.
So indeed, Mr. Chairman, there is really a perceived gap, a flaw in our existing legal system. And I would probably parallel this with the existing local government regulations, and this includes perhaps the General Services Office or officer under the local government code. They still don't have that warehousing function, because that used to be lodged before the city or municipal treasurer's office. Am I correct?
That's my understanding as well, Mr. Chairman.
Your nod and concurrence probably would entail an amendment to the local government code that would enhance and include the warehousing functions for the General Services Officer, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, can I go to the GPPB? I'll do this in a rapid fire fashion. This is my favorite because apparently the root cause of all of this is the GPPB. Is the GPPB head around, Mr. Chairman?
Director General, did you see him earlier?
Anybody from DBM, GPBB, Mr. Chairman?
No, I'm afraid not.
Anybody from the DBM that can perhaps explain the role of the GPPB?
The acting department secretary there wrote that he had to take she had to take medical procedures, undertake medical procedures, because I think she has cancer, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm sorry to note that, Mr. President. But somebody's answering, Mr. Chairman.
The president has made sure that there would be nobody who would be coming today.
Because, Mr. Chairman,
that's why. What do you think about that? You're a lawyer like me.
Mr. Chairman, if I really am passionate with this issue, because the root cause of all of this is the functions of the GPPB. I've been saying this over and over again, that the GPPB was able to mangle, dissect, and usurp the powers of the Congress by making IRRs. The IRRs, I've studied this, Mr. Chairman, that the IRRs they've made has run to more than 20. It's now 21. Then that's the only government agency that I've seen so far in my entire life that has made 21 IRRs for a single law, Republic Act 9184 or the Procurement Act, Mr. Chairman. And again, I find this peculiar, and I find a big lacuna here and a gap because under the law which was passed 2003, we're supposed to have a special joint congressional oversight committee, and that expired 2005, functus officius. And they took advantage of that by crafting IRRs from 2008 to 2021, almost yearly or twice a year or thrice a year. And that includes the issue at hand, the common use equipments that that this committee is tackling. So, Mr. Chairman, even without the presence of the GPPB, and this has become my crusade, and I've delivered a privileged speech concerning this, I propose to amend Section 63, Section 74, and 75 of Republic Act 9184 and reconstitute the Congressional Oversight Committee. This is a special oversight committee that will review the amendments to the IRR of the GPPB to forestall and prevent the occurrence of situations like this. Because the previous intent of the Congress was really to craft the IRR once and have that approved by the President. But what happened then, Mr. Chairman, was that they crafted, revised, defaced, mangled the law in such a way that they are now the ones enacting legislation when it comes to procurement. So sayang po, wala dito yung GPPB. I would have asked several questions, but I propose to file a measure concerning that, Mr. Chairman, within this week. Mr. Chairman, can I ask the president, is the DTI present? Have we invited the DTI? Is there a DTI here? Anybody from the trade and industry?
Senator Dillon, you're recognized. You're on mute, sir.
If I may I request Senator Tolentino, since he is considered an ally of the president, for the president to revoke this circular, unconstitutional as it is, which barred all government officials from appearing in our committee. That is why Senator Tolentino, all the government officials that they are looking for are not here because they were barred.
I'm not aware of a circular. I just read some newspaper anecdotal reports because I was looking at my other gadget attending a budget hearing. So, having said that, Mr. Chairman, if the DTI would have been present, I would have asked them, and I would like to lay this on as part of the records. I would have asked them to clarify as to the existence of our flag law. There is a flag law, Republic Act 138, and this can be laid side by side with our WTO commitments. We're not prevented. And Mr. President, for the information of this committee, let it be known, and I reiterate this, Mr. Chairman, that as early as October 3, 2019, 2 years to be exact, this representation filed Senate Bill 1102, entitled An Act Amending the Flag Law that would promote a Filipino first procurement policy. Had it been, with all due respect, had it been acted upon even before the pandemic, we could have purchased from local suppliers, Mr. President. So gusto ko lang pong ilabas po yan sa committee ito para malaman na may ginawa rin po naman ang inyong abang lingkod. Mr. President, as part of my proposals, Mr. President, wala pala akong matatanong na dito. Babanggitin ko na lang ito. As part of my proposals, Mr. President, I would have wanted, and I propose to amend Section 50. It's very hard to have a monologue, Mr. President. Sayang, dalawa pa naman yung laptop ko. I propose to amend Section 53 of Republic Act 8194, 9184, Mr. President, I'm sorry, to include the net financial capacity provision as one of the requirements for all prospective bidders. And that would include emergency situations, Mr. President. This would ensure that all those bidding would have the necessary financial capacity. And this is one of the gist that we've been, this committee has been tackling ever since, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
Senator Ping,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Lacson is recognized.
This is just for the information of Senator Tolentino, since he said he's not aware, no? I'll just read a portion of the memorandum from the Executive Secretary dated October 4. No, very quick lang. Sinabi rito, and in view of Article 2, Section 15 of the 1987 Constitution on the protection and promotion by the state of the right to health of the people, the President has directed, no, naka-underscore, naka-emphasize, all officials and employees of the Executive Department to no longer appear before or attend the above-mentioned Senate Blue Ribbon Committee hearings, effective immediately. Instead, they shall focus all their time and effort on the implementation of measures to address the current state of calamity on account of COVID-19 and in carrying out their other functions. So just for the record, Mr. Chairman, and for the information of Senator Tolentino.
Yes, Your Honor. Also, for the information of Senator Tolentino, if you look at Bayanihan 2, Section 4, it says that provided that preference on suppliers should be given to Philippine companies, Mr. President, Philippine manufacturers. It's there. And I quote, provided that to ensure adequate and responsive supply of critical products, the government as procuring entity shall give preference and procure products, materials, and supplies produced, made, or manufactured in the Philippines. For this purpose, the DTI, tama yung tanong nyo, through negotiation centers shall coordinate the availment of relevant credit and training programs under this act to promote and facilitate domestic supply. And if the PITC were doing its job, they would have made sure that there were adequate suppliers from the Philippines and they could have assisted. Just a point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I never realized that I will have this time all by myself. But further, Mr. Chairman, as part of my proposals, I would have asked some government officials. It appears that I'm now asking myself. I propose to amend Section 9. Civil Service Commission is listening. I propose to amend Section 9.
With all due respect, you know, they don't come here physically. They're in their offices. And they work from their offices or at home, Mr. President. So this is not only unconstitutional, but very impractical and really smells like somebody's trying to cover up at the very least. Go ahead, Senator Duran.
Yes. Yes, I was just wondering if the circular limited to banning government employees from Senate hearings? Only in the Senate? What about in the House? Senator Lacson, would you clarify? Can you read again to that portion that you read earlier?
The directive or the memorandum order pertains
Yes.
only to this particular Senate Blue Ribbon Committee hearings.
Okay. Senate, yes. So it does not cover the House.
Senate, this particular Senate Blue Ribbon Committee hearing. Ito lang specific, Gordon is specific.
This is what you call the Gordon Law or the Gordon Memo, which is only for the Senate Blue Ribbon, where it does not cover the House particularly.
No, Your Honor, not all Blue Ribbon Committee hearings. This particular Senate Blue Ribbon Committee hearings that we're conducting. So this is Gordon specific.
Well, this is also Duterte specific. There's really the quarrel between me and him.
But just on a serious note, this has all the all the red flags of unconstitutionality. It only covers the House, the Senate. It only covers the Blue Ribbon. It does not cover other Blue Ribbon hearings, but only this particular Blue Ribbon hearing. This is really, if you want to call it, I cannot see any other memorandum as blatantly unconstitutional as what we have before us. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, the one affected is Senator Tolentino because he has all the questions on government officials who are banned from coming to this hearing, and in total contravention of the Ermita ruling in 2006 or 7, which we brought up to the Supreme Court when we were the Senate President. And again, as pointed out by Senator Gordon in his opening remarks, this does not involve national security. This does not involve diplomatic secrets or military secrets. And therefore, the appearance before this committee cannot be barred, much less only for this particular hearing. As Senator Lacson pointed out, this is Gordon specific.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
Mr. Chairman, what will happen to BIR Commissioner Dulay? He just defied the order of the President.
This is no laughing matter, if I may remind my colleagues, and I laugh with you, but I cry with you also. Even the profession of the Philippine Bar Association has come out already today or yesterday, and today, very strong statement, and they have the resolution here, but I'll just quote from them. Philippine Bar Association says President Duterte's directive barring executive officials from attending Senate family probe. By the way, it's not the Gordon, it's just a Senate family probes. Because that's his favorite company, violates doctrine of separation of powers by upsetting the system of checks and balances. That includes also the COA. They said they do not listen to the COA, and impairing, number 2, legislative prerogatives. As they say, if I say it not, Mr. President, it speaks for itself. Thank you. Senator Tolentino,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will not blame
thank you for coming out with very good suggestions which we will adopt,
Yes,
even
Mr.
without
Chairman.
secretary.
I will not blame the good chairman for not recognizing me in the previous hearings. Perhaps I was late or my video was not seen. So it's now a monologue for me. But Mr. Chairman, still have some other points to raise.
Go ahead.
The issue of presidential advisors, the Civil Service Commission should take note of this, and not just presidential advisors, consultants, not just for the office of the president, but for other offices. If I can recall, the assistant commissioner, commissioner, are you still there?
Yes,
What is the status of this? Where do you attach this? In the career service, non-career service, temporary, permanent? How do you categorize consultants, advisors? Even what else are your advisors, Mr. Assistant Commissioner?
Consultants are not considered government officials or employees because they are not issued any appointment. However, advisors, there are some who are being hired as advisors of certain officials, and they are being issued appointments. It is there where civil service rules will come, because we have a standing policy against hiring of foreigners for any position in our government.
So, Mr. Commissioner, is this part of Chapter 5 of the Administrative Code of 1987? Yes. Is there a section concerning this, or is this just a nomenclature, a creative way of devising positions by appointing authorities?
Mr. Chair, I'm not so familiar with that particular section that you are referring to. But I think the parameter here is whether the person has been issued an appointment or not. So if it is consultancy, it is not by appointment, it is by a contract. And if a person is hired through a contract, then the treatment is that of a contract of service where there is no employer-employee relationship. But if there is an appointment, then that is a government government service, and therefore it should fall within the regulations for hiring pursuant to civil service rules. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Drilon, I think, is raising his hand.
Yes. With the provision of Senator Tolentino, under the administrative code, the president can appoint presidential assistants and presidential advisors. And that is why in the bureaucracy, you would come across individuals appointed either as a presidential advisor or a presidential assistant. And this is authorized under the revised administrative code of 1987. Thank you, Mr. Chair, just for the information.
Yes, thank you, Senator Drilon. But then again, perhaps the Civil Service Commission should have clear-cut regulations concerning this, specifically the duration, although this is based on trust and confidence, the powers appended to the position, plus the need for oversight, constitutional oversight on the part of the Civil Service Commission, the oath of office, etc., etc. Do you have that right now, sir?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, as of the moment, the Civil Service Commission does not have jurisdiction over presidential appointees. In fact, the appointments issued by the President are not being scrutinized by the Civil Service Commission. We have no power to do that. We are limited to non-presidential appointees, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
What about advisors, advisor positions issued by other national government agencies or even the local government units? Isn't that under the...
There is no such position in other agencies, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. There is no such position as advisor. In the plantilla of positions in different government agencies, we do not see that kind of position title. I think the President is doing that because he is entitled to it under the law, but there is no similar entitlement as regards other heads of agencies in the government, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you, but I can correct you, Mr. Commissioner, because in other LGUs, they have advisors to the mayors, advisors to the governors, among others. I think there should be a mandatory or a remedial circular coming from your end, with all due respect. Mr. Chairman, let me just conclude this by saying that this is going to be the capstone of my participation here in this committee hearing. I have proposed several amendatory measures like the warehousing amendment to the Procurement Act, the amendment of the Civil Service provisions of the Administrative Code, the amendment of the Procurement Act relative to the powers of the GPPB to continuously produce implementing rules and regulations, which is really against the powers of Congress. It's blatant usurpation, Mr. President, and I have filed the bill, Senate Bill 1102, promoting the procurement of Filipino labor and domestic materials, among others, Mr. President. And I propose likewise the inclusion of financial capacity under Republic Act 9184, Mr. President. And I propose, and I have just mentioned this before the Assistant Commissioner, that there should be a circular relative to advisors and consultants for the entire government machinery, not just the Office of the President. Mr. Chairman, 11 hearings na po ata tayo. And I was quoted the other day that I advised the President to continue with this hearing. I did that because, Mr. President, I still believe in the separation of powers as enshrined in our Constitution. And Mr. President, I still believe that the separation of powers should be respected, not just by the executive, not just by the legislative branch, but even by the judiciary, Mr. President. Mr. President, I sincerely believe that the Blue Ribbon Committee is a constitutional progeny, Mr. President. There can be no Blue Ribbon Committee without the Constitution. And I still believe that what we're doing right now, though some would equate this with political mudslinging, politicking, still anchored in what is based in our constitutional precepts. Mr. President, I have advised the President to continue with the hearings. I have advised him as a friend. But let me state this, Mr. President, as a member of your committee, and I have been intently listening for the last several days. Let this be known, Mr. President, that in the privacy of my heart and in the sanctuary of the Constitution, naniniwala po ako na yung bulwagan natin ito ay hindi dapat magpalaganap ng hidwaan sa ating lipunan, bagkos dapat po ito ay magsulong ng pag-asa, Mr. President. Alam ko pong may pag-aaway kayo ni Pangulong Duterte, subalit dapat po hindi na po dapat dito sa Blue Ribbon po ito lumaganap. This committee should be a committee that should promote hope and not despair. This committee should be a committee that would promote unity and not divisiveness, Mr. Chairman. Naniniwala po ako na ang intensyon po natin ay lumabas yung katotohanan at maglabas ng mga tamang panukalang batas na makakatulong sa ating lipunan. Mr. Chairman, sana po sa mga darating na panahon, sa mga darating na hearing, bagamat nagkaroon na ngayon ng hindi pagsipot ng mga cabinet members, maituloy po natin yung dapat gawin. Una, kung meron po nagkasala, dapat pong ma-prosecute. Pangalawa, yung mga batas po dapat gawin, dapat pong maisulong. Nagpanukala na po ako ng 7 o 8. And Mr. Chairman, again, I reiterate, igalang po natin ang karapatan ng isa, and I will say this again, it refers to all, including President Duterte. Due process of law demands that those who are not present in this proceeding should not be assailed, and that includes everyone. And Mr. Chairman, uulitin ko po ito, kahit po ngayon ay political season na, none of us will go forward unless we go forward together and united as Filipinos. I hope the separation of powers would be respected. Ulit ko, igalang din po natin si Presidente Duterte, igalang din po ang Senado. Mabuhay po ang Pilipinas, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat po for allowing me to participate.
Thank you very much, Senator Tolentino. I just want to point out, and I think you know it as well, hindi po ako nag-apply sa Blue Ribbon Committee, Chairman. Wala po akong hiningin committee. 2 beses na po ako nag-senador. Sa akin po, tinutulak palagi yung Blue Ribbon Committee. Siguro po, nalalaman ng mga nag-a-appoint sa akin dyan na talagang parehas naman po tayo. And gusto ko yung sinabi mo, pero dapat tandaan ninyo, magrespetohan tayo, but respect is earned. The President has got to earn the respect of our people. Kung hindi niya gagawin yan, ay hindi ko nakikipag-away sa kanya. Ilang beses ko na sinabi yan. So, wala na po ako sasabihin dyan dahil marami na ako nasabi. Hindi ito away natin dalawa. Ito ay para sa kapakanan ng bayan na pinoproteksyonan natin. And on that note, I commend you for some of your suggestions. I did not cause this rift. Nagbibiroan tayo dito. Ginagawa natin personal. I have not even filed my certificate of candidacy for any position as yet. So please do not arrogate politics always. Politics is good. It is not necessarily bad. It is people who make it bad, Mr. President. Yan ang sabihin natin dito sa mga tao. Hindi porque politician ka, masama kang tao. Ipakita mo ang kakayahan mo. At kung galit kasi itan sa tao, huwag mong gamitin yung pera ng gobyerno para bumanat ka na bumanat at siraan mo. Siraan natin yung Commission on Audit, siraan natin ang Senado, at talagang hindi naman pwedeng tatanggapin lang natin yan bilang senador na sisiraan yung ating institusyon na hindi tayo sasagot. On that note, thank you very much. I will now call on Senator Villanueva to make his representation and his questions felt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to join my distinguished colleagues, especially the head of the committee of the Blue Ribbon Committee, Senator Dick Gordon, in continuing this hearing, and I have your full support, sir. And I also would like to associate myself with the statements made by our Senate President, our Minority Floor Leader, Senator Lacson, and others for ensuring that we will continue with this hearing and our position with regards to the barring of government officials. I also joined the statements made by our good senator from Cavite, the separation of powers and respect, etc. Let me also put on record, if I remember it right, when I was still a student in the University of Santo Tomas, the word politicos, politician, came from the word politicanos, which means serving the welfare of the people. And that's what we have been doing. And again, I also commiserate, sympathize with him that no one is around para tanungin niya yung mga questions po niya. Para po sa akin, Ginoong Pangulo, ito po ay ang ginagawa natin ay para masiguro na hindi lugi yung ating mga kababayan po natin nagbabayad ng buwis, hindi sila lugi, and ensure that our laws are devoid of any loopholes that may be exploited for corruption purposes. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, let me first ask questions to Mr. Wang Zhu Yen, the chairman of Pharmaly Pharmaceutical. Mr. Yen, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm present.
Yes, in the previous hearing, I remember September 10, I was asking you these questions, and we moved for the committee to subpoena records of the payment of contributions of SSS, PhilHealth, and Pag-ibig. We received certifications from SSS, for example, dated September 13, which says Pharmaly only started paying SSS contributions for its employees for the month of November 2020. November 2020. Mr. Chairman, doon lang po sila nagsimula magbayad nitong government-mandated contributions. Yung PhilHealth po, ganun din ho, confirm po as of September 10, 2021. At yung Pag-ibig, if you can also show yung Pag-ibig certification, September 24, 2021. Ayan po. Sabi din ho, nagsimula lang silang mag-contribute November 2020. This is not the same answer that you have given me, sir, when I ask you if you are contributing with the government-mandated contribution. So my question, Mr. Zhu Yen, did you have employees at Pharmaly from September 2019 to October 2020? If you have any employees.
Mr. Chairman, if I may elaborate, a bulk of our employees, just to name a few, were transferred from Philippine Biological Company as that company was defunct. I believe at that time we were paying the contributions still in Family Biological, and it is a mere administrative delay.
Can I just be very quick in getting your answer? Do you have employees in Pharmaly? So if it is not Pharmaly, then you don't have any employees. Is that correct, sir?
I was not, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
The answer is just yes or no. If you have employees with Pharmaly from September 2019 to October 2020. That's just my question, sir. Very simple question.
Mr. Chairman, I believe there are employees, but they were rightfully compensated with Pag-ibig, perhaps in the wrong entity. If this is so, I apologize. There was a transfer for some of our employees. As I said, the Family Biological Company was in defunct. However, we still paid. I think the company still paid.
Sir, okay, sir. You're saying there are employees, but according to these records, you were not paying government-mandated contributions. Now, Do you know a certain Ana Marie Chua?
Yes,
Ana Marie Chua. She was one of your employees at Farmally. Is that correct?
that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. When was she hired?
I don't have the exact records of that, Mr. Chairman. Apologize.
Because in April 2020, her position in the company, April 2020, her position in the company was regulatory affairs pharmacist. Is this correct?
Yes, I do believe that's correct.
Yes. So my question now is she a regular full-time employee of Farmally, sir?
She was a regular full-time employee of Farmally, I believe.
Okay. So again, sir, if she is a regular employee of Farmally, as you just mentioned she is, and confirmed that she is a regular employee, with the documents that I showed you, with Pag-ibig, with SSS, with PhilHealth, you are not contributing from these government mandated contributions. So you are now confirming that despite the fact that she is a regular employee, I showed you all the documents, April 2020, she's a pharmacist, she is a what's her position again? She has a position of being your regulatory affairs pharmacist. You are not contributing for her Pag-ibig, PhilHealth, and SSS.
If I may, would the Honorable Senator please clarify, is she referring to now? Is Anna Maria Chua still an employee of the company now? And the answer will be no. I think she resigned from the company, I think.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. I'm asking about the dates that I have given you. I showed you September 2020, April 2020. She's already working with the company as a regular employee. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, what I'm trying to drive at, Mr. Chairman, is that indeed they are not contributing with the government mandated contributions with PhilHealth, SSS, and PhilHealth, SSS, Mr. Chairman, and other government institutions. Another question that I'd like you to answer, sir, is if you have no employees, because it seems you have no employees. Sometimes you say you have employees, sometimes you don't. Now, if you don't have employees, if you look at the general and administrative expenses of Farmally in 2020, there, can you make it bigger there? I wanted to find out, where's this employees benefits come from? Because you don't have employees, you are not contributing to SSS, SSS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig. You're not contributing. So what is this employees benefits of 1.3 million?
Mr. Chairman, based on my memories, I believe all the employees, perhaps there was a delay in signing them the correct under the right company. However, they're always rightfully compensated by the companies, and also their benefits are rightfully compensated in accordance with our contracts with them. I don't think any of the employees have ever lodged a report on this with us, and if they were to, we would have rightfully addressed it. But
It's either, sir, you are fooling your employees or you're fooling the government, or both. Unfortunately, these records would not lie. Mr. Chairman, I am just stating this not only because of the fact that Farmally only hired 7 to 11 employees. But during this time, Mr. Chairman, in this committee, emphasize the importance of hiring Filipinos first. in our Bayanihan 2, the law that we passed, Mr. Chairman, unahin dapat ang Pilipino doon sa statements ng CONWEP, Confederation of Wearable Exporters of the Philippines. Nag-repurpose po sila. Ginawa nila lahat ng magagawa nila para maka-hire ng mga Pilipino. Pero ano ho nangyari noong 2020? Ang statement ng CONWEP, they lost 25,000 jobs, Mr. Chairman. 25,000 jobs. Ang kapalit, ito ho, hindi ho nagbibigay o nagko-contribute sa mga government mandated agencies ng kanilang contributions. At yung huling record na nakita natin, 7 hanggang 11 empleyado lamang, Mr. Chairman, yung nagawa at nalikhang trabaho. I wanted to ask you another question, Mr. Chu Yen. Last hearing, again, last September 10, when this representation asked you where you got the money to finance your initial order of 2.4 million pieces of face masks with a total value of 54 million. Since I showed you the audited financial statements, I did not see any loans in your 2020 audited financial statements, and I'm sure you will confirm that. Your answer to this representation was, and I quote, "We have access to the inventories of our suppliers. And what we do is we negotiate preferential payment terms with these inventories, with these suppliers, so that we can get the stock on hand." Close quote. Just to clarify, sir, you negotiated preferential payment terms for these inventories with suppliers such as, and this came out during the hearing, such as Tiger Film Marketing. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Mr. Chairman, yes, Tiger Film was
Yes.
one of the
Now,
suppliers.
the next question, yes. So Tiger Film Marketing is included with the number of suppliers that you were mentioning. Now, my question is, what are the terms? What are the terms under this so-called negotiated preferential payment terms? I wanted to know that because during the hearing, then USEC Lao and DOH were saying they will not pay any supplier unless they were able to check on it, inspect on it, and they were able to get it. That's the only time that they will be paying. So again, these so-called negotiated preferential payment terms, can you explain that to us?
Mr. Chairman, with some of our suppliers, what we were able to do is they would be able to supply the necessary inventories to us to deliver to the government. And we have never received a single advance payment from the government for any of the projects. And only after their inspection and their approval, when we receive collection, we will pay back these suppliers.
Yes, that's what I already mentioned, Mr. Wang Tsui. And my question is, what are the terms with you, with Farmally, and these suppliers with these so-called negotiated preferential payment terms? Because if I am a supplier, don't you think it is kind of weird and odd for suppliers to be giving you all these units, these supplies, without knowing whether or not you can pay because you only have 625,000 assets, cash on hand?
I believe, Mr. Chairman, we would, in some instances, we would tell them that these supplies are for the government purchases. And I believe that the common understanding is that there is confidence in the government that once conditions of the contracts are made, that payment will be made. I think the general confidence in the government is high, and therefore they are willing.
Sir, yes, thank you for that. The confidence is with the government. But how did they earn your confidence with Farmally? I mean, don't you think it's something weird there or fishy that a supplier would give you all that without knowing that you have a backer? For instance, the Tiger Film Marketing, is that the case with Tiger Film Marketing? They just trust formally that despite that they are not contributing government mandated contribution, they only have 625,000 peso capital, and now first order you have 54 million pesos worth of a project, and then with balloon to 8 billion pesos. There's something there for sure that they would have that confidence with formally.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot speak for the minds of our suppliers, but I just wish to state on record that we have no disputes with any of our suppliers on payments, and we have acted on all contractual obligations in good faith with the government and with the suppliers. You know,
Okay,
have
we
always
will,
paid back.
ask the suppliers later, Tigerfield. But can I ask you one more question? Other than Tigerfield Marketing, who are your suppliers, other suppliers? And is it the same similar arrangement with this negotiated preferential payment terms that pay whenever? We don't know when are we gonna pay you. And we only have 625,000 capital. And yes, we have billions and billions of projects. Is it the same similar arrangement with these suppliers? Who are these suppliers other than Tigerfield Marketing?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, it's very difficult for us at this point to divulge these details because, as we have seen in this hearing, any supplier, any name we name, they are brought to the Senate and they are scrutinized. Their suppliers are scrutinized. I ask I'll beg the question: is anything that everybody buy from the manufacturer? Is that there is a necessity need of distributors or traders in this because they bear the risk, because in these instances the government pays only after full delivery, and therefore it's very hard. You know, the company names are very dragged through the mud with this Senate hearing, but we still have our personal reputation to uphold as a business person. We need to uphold the confidentiality.
Want to do so, I will submit to the wisdom of the chair and the committee on whether or not these suppliers will be named. Again, Mr. Chairman, we are pursuing this question only because of the fact that 25,000 kababayans natin, mga Pilipino, nawalan ng trabaho dahil hindi nabigay sa kanila itong kontrata, hindi sila na bigyan ng preferential treatment considering sila yung kababayan natin, considering ito ang nasa konstitusyon, considering ito ang nasa ating batas. Hinahanap lang natin, Mr. Chairman, yung dahilan kung bakit sa kanila ibinigay despite the fact, Mr. Chairman, na wala silang ganong kalaking kapital. At muli, babanggitin ko, nakakapagtaka masyado, Mr. Chairman, na itong mga suppliers na to will trust formally with 625,000 na ibigay lahat ng supplies nila, ibigay lahat worth billions of pesos without knowing what's going to happen, without knowing kung mababayaran ba sila, may kapasidad ba itong formally na ito na pahiramin nila ng ganitong kadaming supply. And it's just weird, Mr. Chairman, na walang guarantor ito. Is there a guarantor, Mr. Chuyen, that you made mention with these suppliers, that you have a guarantor that in case formally failed to pay the suppliers, a guarantor would pay them?
No, Mr. Chairman, based on our statements by me and Mr. Lincoln Ong, for some projects, Mr. Michael Yang acted as a guarantee with the Chinese suppliers. I don't know the exact negotiation of the form of guarantee that was made, but they were more than willing to release the goods to us and to help with the fight of COVID in the Philippines so that the goods can reach the hands. And then we would be able to pay them after we have received collection.
So in some cases, Mr. Michael Yang is your guarantor. But in other cases, who else would you say would be willing to be your, you're using as a guarantor other than Michael Young? Are there any other personalities?
Based on my recollection, none.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I'd like to raise, Mr. Chairman. Again, just to emphasize, Mr. Chairman, that again in 2020, 25,400 Filipinos lost their jobs in this one group alone of local manufacturer. Ito po yung CONWEP, Confederation of Wearable Exporters of the Philippines. Tapos yung pumalit, 7 hanggang 11 lang yung employees na hire, at for the longest time hindi nagbabayad ng contributions ng SSS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig. Meron po talagang gaps at ayusin itong mga ito, kaya po tayo nagpa-participate sa hearing ng Blue Ribbon. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman, and God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Joel Villanueva. Your points are very well taken insofar as the fact that they were remiss in paying. They only had 7 employees, but just one very quick question, Mr. Wang. Did you not feel you violated the requirements of legal, technical, and financial capability when you subcontracted it so much so that the government has to pay a higher price? Because when you subcontracted it to these 2 companies, first to Green Trends and then to Phil, you know, it grew from 18 to 23, 18 pesos to 23 pesos, and then finally you gave it to 27.70 to the government.
Mr. Chairman, if I may make a statement, I hope you don't take any offense. It has come to my understanding that all our contract offer has always been the lowest. And if it is what we tried, in my perspective, we saved the government money. I'm sorry, you may not agree with me, but I don't understand why, being a lowest offer company, then we are accused of rising this price. I don't think anything we purchase these days from anyone is direct from the manufacturer. It's a Coke we drink, the rice we eat. Everything has a trader in between. And I don't know why we are given the burden that their profits are our profits. We did not subcontract to them. We just mainly allocated the buyer and the resources. That's all we did.
Mr. Wang,
yes.
Mr. Wang, is 27.70 lower than 23 pesos or higher?
It is higher, Mr. Chairman.
Higher. Is 27.70 lower than 18 pesos where you got from Green Trends and Tigerfield? Tigerfield got it for 18 pesos from Green Trends, and Tigerfield sold it for 23.90, and then finally you sold it to the government at 27.72. When the agreement was for you to be able to manufacture, that's why they asked for legal, technical, and financial capability. What they're saying that it's not lower.
Mr. Chairman,
It's the lowest. Is 27.70 the lowest?
Mr. Chairman, the price we indicated, we never indicated to any procuring entity as we never said we are net manufacturer.
In your mind, it's the lowest. I agree with you. In your mind, it's the lowest because that was what Mr. Lau agreed on. But in reality, there was another lower bid, yung MTC Metropolitan supplier, which supplied it for 16 Metropolitan Center for Training Corporation, which supplied the DOH at the same time 16 pesos and 64 centavos. And then there was another Filipino corporation, EMS, that supplied it for 13 pesos. And eventually they had to lose money by supplying it at 2 pesos and 25 centavos. So from your end, because Pharmaly allowed you to get the contract, in your mind, they probably got the lowest bidder. But you know as well as I do that certainly, as I ask you, 27.70 is a lot higher than 23 or 18 pesos, and certainly a lot higher than 16 pesos by a Filipino corporation. I have no questions anymore on that score. I will ask you later after. I just have to have some quick questions. After which Senator Lacson will follow me because I think Senator Hontiveros had to go to a meeting. May I ask Chairman Aguinaldo to to answer some questions, if I may. Very, very quickly, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon, Chairman Aguinaldo. I just want to ask a few questions. I heard you say it wasn't really about overpricing that you were interested in when you did a COA report. Would that be correct? You said no, that was not the focus. The focus was really on inventory management. Is that correct?
Well, the findings were on inventory management. We did not. There was nothing in the report concerning findings on overpricing.
But you were not looking for it.
I can't really speak
We
for
are
the
here.
auditors, whether they were not looking at it or they just did not have enough data at the time to look at it.
Nonetheless, it was not the primary concern that time. You were looking at all these expired goods and all the other things that inventory controls that you're now going to look at in a special audit where in fact the goods were delivered to the provinces, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that would be part of the coverage of the special audit.
All right. And would you like to put in the overpricing as well in the special audit?
Well, they will look at that as well, issues on overpricing, because a lot of information has come out. So I would think that is one of the areas they would also look at.
And the information came up in this committee hearing of the Blue Ribbon, correct?
Yes, that would be correct, sir.
Thank you. And you can see, I just asked the other guy a question. He was supposed to satisfy the legal, technical, and financial capability, and yet he got it for 2770, but he could have gotten it for 1660, which DOH itself bought on the same week. So I suppose that would be something that you should look at. Now, tanongin ko naman po kayo dito sa mga, ano yung scope ng inventory management issues?
Well, the inventory management concerned only the PPEs, the common use supplies related to COVID that were procured by PSDBM using their own funds. I think their funds are sourced from their revolving fund. This is because these items that were procured by PSDBM really went to their warehouse. Unlike the items that were procured for DOH, I think the bulk of it were delivered directly either to OCD or directly to DOH and its various hospitals.
Po ninyo, dineliver ito sa warehouse ng PSDBM?
Some of it, I think, were, but not all. I think some of the goods were delivered directly to either to OCD or to the different hospitals.
In fact, you are not adequately sure, are you, that they were delivered?
Yes, that's part of what we'll be checking.
Yeah, so you're not sure and that's why you're checking, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And that's important to me. Dapat narinig ng tao yan na ang talagang hinahabol natin kung talagang na-deliver yan. Because na-discover niyo rin, narinig nyo na pumipirma yung mga tao kahit hindi nila binilang yung kanilang pinipirmahan, pirma lang ng pirma dahil nagmamadali. That would be another focus of your investigation, really, more focus.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, let me ask you a simple question. Does it include accepting deliveries without purchase orders?
They would that would be part of it because they would be looking at the documentation.
Because
they're supposed. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Kasi narinig naman nyo, nagpapadala, wala pang purchase order, binayaran na, deliver na. And they paid them about a few weeks later.
Yes, there should be a paper trail that we call that also the audit trail. So everything from the purchase order all the way to delivery acceptance, including the disbursement through the disbursement vouchers. Susuriin po lahat yon, Mr. Chairman.
In fact, sir, yung kauna-unahang order, nandito kayo from the very beginning, sabi ni Ms. Mago, natanggap niya at 2:30 yung order, yung request for quotation. At sinabi rin ni Mr. Ong na nag-usap na sila ni Mr. Lau the day before. You remember that? March 24?
Yes, I
And
remember,
Ms. Mago,
Mr. Chair.
nakatanggap siya ng request for quotation. And by the end of the day, through the superhuman efforts kuno ni Mr. Lincoln Ong, nakakuha siya ng dalawang supplier na nagpatong ng 2 beses. Yung isa, sinabi ko na kanina, yung Green Trends, nung kinuha ni Tiger Phil, na kinuha nila ng 23 pesos ang Tiger Field. Pero ang kuha nila sa Green Central, 18 pesos. Pero pinasa ng 27.70. You know about that now, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So that is really rank overprice and violation of the reasons why they were given the contract. Di ba dapat pag-aralan natin to na dapat hindi pwedeng sabihin na, pwede ba sabihin na wala nang due diligence required, nagmamadali tayo?
It's difficult to say that to make that statement because
You're a very
you still
smart
have to
man. I
balance
respect you a lot. And,
accountability. Yeah, you would have still to balance accountability with efficiency. There's no way that one
or
will go out
diligence.
of the window. Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Kailangan pag-aksaya ng panahon na sigurado ba ito, tama ba yung kanyang capability. Madali yung legal eh. Meron lang permit, meron isang konting, pero yung mahirap, kaya ba nito mag-supply? May manufacturing ba siya? At yung ba talaga ang pakay? Kukuha ba tayo ng manufacturing? Sapagkat nakalagay sa batas, narinig yun yung sinabi ko kanina, preference would be given to Filipinos, right? Pero dapat tinanong yon. Pero narinig yun yung sinabi ni Senator Villanueva na yung nakatanggap, pipito lang yung employment na hindi pa binabayaran on time. So lumalabas talagang marami talagang violation. Pati na yung financial capability, narinig yung sinasabi nila, nangunguha pa sila ng pera kay Mr. Yang. So all that are violations. Would you say that's correct?
I would like to keep my opinion to myself for now because of the fact that we will be doing our auditors will be doing a special audit.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that the public is aware kung saan ako nanggagaling at saan kayo nanggagaling. You want to be correct and you're a respectable man because of that. Kahit na pinipilit kayo na sabihin walang overpricing, lumalabas may overpricing, but that's okay. People want to believe what they want to believe, but in reality, the end it will come. Go ahead, Senator Pangilinan, please. I would like to
Yes.
ask questions. Sandali lang naman to. Go ahead, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, just very quickly on that point with the chair of the COA. Magandang hapon. You're looking at supply management, hindi po ba?
That was one of the findings. Inventory management.
So inventory management. But it did not. Your team was not able to uncover or at least discover that 550 million pesos worth of testing kits expired. Should that have been part of the coverage of the inventory and supply management concern?
Again, it depends because the inventory was focused on the PSDBM inventory, which was in their warehouse. No, if the goods had been delivered to the DOH warehouses or to the OCD warehouse, our auditors in the PSDBM would not have access to those, and that's one reason. Auditors and look at all these questions, no, all these issues about delivery. About
we lost you for a while there, Chairman. You said, and this is why.
Well, this
from
is
DBM to the DOH. Yes, if it was delivered to the DOH, and this is why.
Yes, if it's delivered to DOH, our auditors at PSDBM would not have no access to it, to the documents therein. And this is one of the reasons also for the special audit, so that we can involve also the auditors of the DOH and the OCD and have them also look at the certificate of inspection and acceptance, and also do interviews at the same time, no? To verify if indeed these goods were delivered, if there were any issues with respect to these goods. And so they would be able to render a report based on the results of these audits.
And I assume the special audit will also include the the purchase order technical requirements and specifications of 24 to 36 months, and yet the actual delivery was not 24 to 36 months. In fact, one such delivery was just to expire in 2 months. In other words, the expiry date was 2 months upon delivery. So I assume your special audit, well, it did not include that in your earlier audit, but I assume that too will be the subject matter of your special audit.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I believe the auditors are taking note of the information that
Yes.
is derived during these hearings, and will include that in part as part of their audit. They
So,
would
so just to
also
clarify, Mr. Chairman, just that on that point, it did the previous findings did not include defined, or at least the data that there was a requirement of at least technical specification of 24 to 36 months shelf life, and yet what was delivered was 6 months or less. That was
Yeah.
not part of the first report.
Yes, for the auditors of PSDBM, no, because they would not have had access to it.
Okay, thank you. Just for that clarification. In other words, a lot of information has been, how do you call it, noted and observed through these hearings, which will hopefully be helpful to have a special audit on what has actually happened. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
I respectfully disagree with my colleague, have been uncovered. And this will help definitely.
Yes, have been uncovered. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Now, let me ask Chairman Aguinaldo, the scope of inventory management, kasama ba dyan yung issuing inspection clearances even if the deliveries are still in China?
I don't think that was included.
Okay, so we have found that out. No? May umamin na gano'n na nga nangyari si Mr. George at saka si Mr. Tangkintik, no? Na sinabihan pa sila na nagmamadali tayo. So, ang conclusion ko dyan, hindi justification nagmamadali dahil may oras naman eh. Darating yung mga supplies eh, di ba? Pero dapat binabantayan pa rin. Another question, accepting substandard goods, which I think is the point of Senator Pangilinan kanina, substandard na yung goods, no? Or nearly expiring goods, which we discovered voluntarily provided without any suasion, without any intimidation by Ms. Mago. They told us deliberately that they were changing and that inayos sila yung mga supplies na dumating na talagang wala na halos yung tinatawag na nasa noo yung foam at saka nangingilaw na, nangingitim na. Kasama rin ho yan, di ba, sa inyong basa ng iyong scope of inventory management issues, hindi po ba?
Well, given the information that was ferreted in the hearings, that obviously will be something that they would also look at.
At kasama rin dyan yung possibility of ghost deliveries because halimbawa, yung sinasabi dito ng COA report, nakalagay dito, deficiencies in property management. Bago yan, the term PPE, hindi talaga yun eh. Hindi yun yung PPE na sinasabi natin na sinusuot, di ba? Ito yung property, P,
Plant.
Another P, plant and equipment.
Equipment, yes.
Tama po ba yun? Not personal protective equipment sa paragraph 114 to 153. Sinundan nyo ito ng deficiencies in property management. And I'm just quoting 9,566,727 pesos and 164 centavos. No? 164 pesos and 8 centavos. Kalagay 149. The non-conduct, yung hindi maayos na paraan na hindi kinalangka na bilangin ang bilangin at makadiscover ng mga kakulangan in the management of PPEs manifested, nagpapakita the failure of some OUs, operation units, to fully observe na sundan talaga yung prescribed policies and procedures promoting accountability and responsibility towards safeguarding government assets, granting loss against loss or wastage. So that is a reality that we have to face because hindi nga kinandak yung physical count and other deficiencies which you found out. On the other hand, COA again, quoting COA again, these conditions coupled with leniency, kayo nagsabi niyan, hindi ako, of the central office, CO, and operating units, OUs, in complying with pertinent rules, hindi sinisunod yung pertinent rules, have caused, nagbigay ng malaking doubt on the existence of the said assets and exposes them to loss or wastage. I did not translate that, no, na na-expose ng bayan sa pagkawala or pagkasayang, no, nalustay. Lumalabas sa internal controls established for PPEs are weak. Wala talaga. Especially under an OIC na tumagal lamang ng 1.5 taon, and that sound policy guidelines, systems, and processes for PPEs are lacking. Yan ang report ninyo. So nangangaluhan, malaki talaga ang dagok dito sa Department of Budget Management, particularly PSDBM. Would you say that, sir?
Well, obviously when
Sinabi niyo na. I just want you to comment
yes,
on the statement.
yes, obviously when there's no physical count of the assets, the PPEs that you're referring to, property, plant, and equipment, there's no way for the auditors to verify if indeed what's on paper actually exists. And this is a common problem of a lot of agencies. But that could be one of the reasons. It's possible, really.
And sir, pwede naman naabangan yan eh. It could have been anticipated kung marunong ang management, di ba? Kung talagang gusto nilang ma-anticipate, mapaghahandaan yan. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, I would think so. It would be a proper management practices.
Mamaya tatanungin ko civil service dito, no? At paghandaan na nila, yung bang lahat halos doon ay casual, pwedeng tanggalin. No? Hindi ba delikado para sa taong bayan niya na casual lahat, kapag hindi sumunod, pwedeng tanggalin, Mr. Commissioner?
Yes, Your Honor, ang nature po ng employment ng casual is emergency. So kapag hindi na po sila kailangan, pwede po silang tanggalin anytime. They have no security of tenure.
Walang rason, pwede silang tanggalin. Kulang ng pera, o
Kulang
hindi
ang
ko
pera.
hanggang sa ridiculous, ayoko yung action mo, mabagal ka, masama kang tumingin sa akin. In other words, walang kailangan pakitang rason kung tatanggalin mo yung casual. Tama po ba yan?
Yes,
taking
Mr. Chair, because they don't have security of tenure.
Wala talaga security of tenure. Tama po yan. So, hindi ba, Mr. Chairman ng COA, hindi po ba delikado yun na dahil sila ay lahat inventory, nasa inventory at pwede silang tanggalin, hindi ba na-expose sila na pwede silang pahirapan kung di sila susunod, katulad ng ano nangyari dito kay George, umalis na sila, pati si Raul, yung kanyang supervisor, umalis na lang, nasa PNR, sapagkat talagang delikado ang security of tenure mo, pagka hindi nagustuhan yung trabaho, pwede kang alisin. And I'm just asking a very general question. Di po ba that exposes the person who needs to bring food to the table, magdadala ng pagkain, na pag hindi siya sumunod, tanggal siya. Kaya mapipilitan siya sumunod kung mahina-hina talaga ang kanyang paninindigan. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think that that is always the danger when you have positions that are not don't have any security of tenure but are dependent on the hiring authority.
Hindi ba kayo mahihirapan naman? Ito, another question. Thank you for the answer, sir. Napakasimple lang naman tanong ko para maintindihan. Kasi pagkakuha, nahihilo ang tao kagad, natatakot kagad. Wala na sinasabi kagad. At minsan may mga finding kayo na talaga kumisan marami rin ako nabasa Supreme Court cases sa COA na talagang kumisan yung finding nyo, hindi naman nagre-resulta na nakukulong yung mga tao dahil may mga rasong binibigay sa Supreme Court. Tama po ba yun?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, wouldn't it be doubly hard for COA to verify information if the PSDBM personnel, lalo na ito mga casual, ay nag-indulge in falsifying the reports such as when they said that they inspected it when in fact they did not? Lalong mahirapan kayo sa COA. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, I think that because ordinarily someone would not admit to that kind of a statement because of the possible legal implications. So I would imagine it would be very challenging for the auditors to get that kind of information.
Lalo na itong kinuha nilang kumpanya ay 635 million lang ang pera, 625,000 lang. Hindi ba kayo nagtataka na wala kayo nakikita maaring mangyari na isang kumpanya nagsimula, nagpatikim ng bidding na nag-umpisa allegedly ng 8 million, pagkatapos nag-deliver, walang purchase order, at pagkatapos later lang binayad sa kanila 13 million plus. Magtataka ako doon. Ako nagtataka ako. Kayo ba nagtataka doon?
With due respect, Mr. Chairman, I'd rather not comment at the moment.
Well,
I do
well,
not want to preempt our
I
special
know, I
audit
know.
team.
I'm just citing this. Halimbawa, parang yan yung nagsisinungaling eh. Pag tinatanong ko nagsisinungaling tapos may ituturo, lalabas at lalabas, ibang sinungaling na naman eh. Pangalawa, nung nakatikim na ng 13 million at nasabi pa dito, pinasa-pasa yung kontrata na violation talaga ng pagbigay sa kanila. Hindi po ba totoo na pagdating doon sa 54 million, sumunod, lumaki bigla? Hindi po ba dapat tatanungin ko naman after ilang araw yon, 8 days, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ang pagitan 8 days. Nabigyan sila ng surgical mask contract na 2.4 million quantity. Mahirap bilangin yun, di po ba? Ang presyo ay 22.50. Dati about a week ago 27.72, ngayon 22.50. Tapos ang lumabas 54 million ang binenta. You don't have to answer it. I'm just citing this fact. Because talagang ako nagtataka po. May justification po ba magtaka ang tao? Palagi ko meron, di ba? I'm sorry. It really is a ridiculous situation I find myself in. Alam niyo, dapat sisihin ko kayo eh. Nananahimik ang buhay ko. Nung lumabas yung COA report, hindi na ako makatiis na masyado ng garapan at lalong hindi ako nakatiis nung minumura na yung COA na tungkulin naman yan. Di ba tungkulin nyo yan? Ano ba tungkulin ng COA? Balansahin ang maaring excess ng sino man nasa gobyerno. Tama po ba yan? Na maaring
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Basically, examine, audit, and settle all accounts.
That's correct, sir. Tama ho yun. Alam niyo ako, I may not be as good a lawyer as they claim, but I really believe that there are certain basic institutions that must be protected. We need you in COA. Kung wala kayo, even me, hindi ako magkamali. Lahat magkakamali. Kung lahat magkakamali, di malulugi talaga ang bayan. At pwede naman palakihin yan. Marami ako masasabi dyan na dumaan ako sa daming hirap na mahihirap yung trabaho ko. Punito ka kami ng pinatubo, umalis ang base, walang trabaho lahat. Pinigilan namin manakaw yung base. In the meantime, naghahanap kami ng trabaho, gumagawa kami ng rules. But anyway, hindi na dapat talangin yan. We can answer that in another forum. Now, yung pakita ko sa inyo, di ba magdududa tayo dito sa tinatawag natin dito na after 6 days, itong family, nabigyan na naman ng kontrata. This time, for 220 million. Dito nyo, sa loob ng 3 araw, naka 280 sa tatlong pagkakataon within 2 weeks practically. Within 2 weeks, 14 days, from 13 million to 54 million to 220 million, umabot kagad ng 287 million ang binili nila. Same company.
Mr.
Sige po.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, again, I don't want to make any opinion, but I will say that you would be in a right position to ask questions about that.
And I have. I just want to make sure that the public who are listening, dapat alam nila. And then later on, after 2 days, sir, after 2 days, from the 220 million na na-accumulate, namili sila sa BGI real-time fluorescent at ang nag-supply uli, Pharmaly, ng 8,000 quantities ng tinatawag lang BGI real-time fluorescent RT-PCR, 50 tests per kit. Biglang lumabas, 600 million. At umabot na ng 887 million 860,000 pesos ang kanilang ang binigay ng PSDBM. Sa akin, ang tingin ko mukhang paborito. Kapag sa loob ng 16 days, umabot na ng 887 million, kulang-kulang 1 billion. Di ba kahit na sino, an ordinary man, magtataka? Nakikita ko si Senator Kiko, nag-iisip eh. Nakakapagtaka, di ba, Senator Kiko, na di naman tayo bias dito. Nagtatanong lang tayo, going by the facts. And then, sir, 1 day later, they get another contract for 688 million. Same company that only had 625,000 pesos ang pera, umabot na po ng 1.5 billion pesos in less than 3 weeks. Nakakapagtaka, hindi po ba? Hindi naman po guni-guni yan. Katotohanan po yan. At lumalabas talaga, hindi naman nyo kami masisisi na bakit ba minumura yung COA? At bakit ba pati kami, tutulong kami sa investigasyon, minumura kami? Yan ang rason ko, sir. Hindi naman ako nanguuto sa inyo. Hindi naman kayo pwedeng mauto. Matalino pa kayo sa akin, di hamak eh. I'm sure.
Hindi naman po.
Hindi, sabi ko lang talaga para malaman. 1,575,000,000 in less than 3 weeks, sir. And then ito pa, after 1 day, tumabo na naman ng 300 million. Napakaswerte, ano po? Umabot na sila ng 1,875,000,000. And then, nagpahinga ng konti, parang Panginoon, on the 7th day, He rested on the, He rested after creating the sun, moon, and the stars and everything. Umabot na naman ng 2,880,000, naghinay-hinay. And then 4 days later, on May 8, eto na ang bulto. Ang binili po, 3.82 billion pesos worth of PPEs sa parehong kumpanya. Parmally, starring Lincoln Ong, starring itong mga ito. Di ba kayo nagtataka, madaling bumili pagka ganyan na ang kinikita nyo? Yung dating 1.8 billion in 4 days, because of the 3.82 billion na binayad sa kanila, 3.82 billion, umabot na po ng 5,697,966,000. Nakakapagtaka, ano po? Hindi ko na ho kayo tatanungin dyan dahil I think nakikita ko naman na lahat, no? Tahimik si Lincoln, tinitignan ko yung kanyang kuhan, mukhang talagang, mukhang mabigat na ang ilusyon dito. And then, 32 days later, in June 9, 20, namili na naman sila ng RT-PCR na test at namili na naman, ito na naman, 2,877,000,000,000. Ano po? Wala naman ako sinasabing overpricing yan. Ang tinatanong ko na lang dito, nasa lugar na ako ng fraud, waste, and abuse. Siyempre, hahanapin ng COA yung fraud, waste, and abuse kung meron ganyan dahil masyadong paborito ito. Lalo na kayo, abogado rin naman kayo at nakalagay dyan sa tinatawag nating anti-graft law na merong advantage na binibigay sa isang kumpanya. Would you say that may advantage na binibigay itong si Lau dito sa mga taong ito na in less than 2 months, naka 8,574,000,000 na sunod-sunod? You don't have to answer that. Tinatanong ko lang ho ang madla. Ano po? Tinatanong ko lang. Di ba, Senator Kiko? Kaya ba sagutin yun, Senator Kiko? You were chairman of the Student Council of UP, you were a lawyer, etc., etc. Siguro naman, kung ikaw estudyante, magwawala ka na dyan, di ba?
Kaya siguro hindi pinapaharap yung mga pwedeng magpaliwanag.
At iwas ang iwas, di ba? And then finally, nakalagay dito, the Commission on Audit shall have exclusive authority, subject to the limitations in this article, to define the scope of its audit and examination, establish the techniques and methods required therefore, and promulgate accounting and auditing rules and regulations, including those for the prevention, pagpigil, and disallowance of irregular, unnecessary, excessive, extravagant, or unconscionable, wala nang konsensya expenditures or uses of government funds and properties. Binasa ko lang po yan, sir, para to remind all of us na yan ay trabaho ng COA. Nasasaktan po ako, pagkatapos kayo minura-mura, tatanungin ng isang kasama namin dito, wala naman sinabing overpriced. Medyo simplistic ata yun sa akin. Simplistic yung dating sa akin, na parang nakikita ko kayo talagang siguro, dami tumatawag sa inyo. Never mind, you don't have to answer that question. Marami nagpe-pressure siguro sa inyo, and I can see that because I know that. Ako ngayon, gulpisarado ako. Ikaw ang may kasalanan, yung nilabas yun na COA. Hindi naman ako nananahimik ako nung nilabas nyo yan. Hindi naman ako nag-aanunsyo tatakbo ko, pero lumalabas nga, tinira na kami ng tinira. Siyempre, nung tinira na yung Blue Ribbon, tinira na yung Senado, hindi naman ako papayag na babasusin na lamang ang ating constitutional bodies. Hindi naman ako papayag na babasusin ang civil service na mag-a-appoint ng foreign advisor, senior foreign advisor na banyaga. Hindi naman ako papayag sa ating bansa na sasabihin ng ating Pangulo na naku, dapat kumampi tayo dyan. O, sasabihin niya dun sa mga mababait na Chinese katulad ko na ang tatay nila Chinese, ang tatay ko Amerikano, pero pinili namin mag-Pilipino. Pero yung propagandist ng China sinasabi, ang Pilipinas ay hawak na ng China. 70% ng mga negosyante rito ay hawak na ng overseas Chinese. What he really means is he's claiming the Filipino-Chinese here as overseas Chinese na kayang-kaya nilang tapakan ng ating bansa. Nakakasakit. Ako nasasaktan. Ewan ko kayo, nag-aaral kayo sa kabilang eskwela, Lasal kayo. Di ba? Pero nagpunta rin kayo sa UP, hindi po ba? Sa UP tayo natuto ng realidad ng buhay, di ba? Lahat ng klase ng tao nandoon. Hindi na tayo kanya-kanya may mga pero nakikita nyo na talagang hindi naman tayo makakapayag ng ganyan. At nagpapasalamat po ako sa inyo dahil alam ko nahihirapan kayo sagutin pero the questions are fair and I hope you will look into that and we will already have a report soon. And magpapasalamat rin ako sa Commissioner ng Civil Service because kayo ang taga-tanggol eh. Kayo, yung dalawa kayo, tanggol kayo. Ako, kinukuha niyo ako. Kung ipapaliwanag ko po. At kaya ko po ipaliwanag. At kung talaga ko, ako ba makukulong kagad doon? O di ba, tatanggin muna ako. Paano ginawa niyo dyan? Magtatanong lang ako po, yung bang COA, ibig sabihin ba noon, silaw lang lahat ang may kasalanan? O pwede yung mga back, pwede yung mga department heads. Tama po ba yan? Pwede yung inventory management, nagkamali. Pwede yung sa warehouse, nagkamali. Sasama lahat sa COA. Tapos pag siningil nyo ganito kalaki, lahat yan, paghahati-hatian kung sino may pananagutan at pagpapaliwanag. Tama po ba yan?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Kasi sinisingil ako ng 146 billion ni Mr. Duterte. Sorry po hindi ko kayo sinasama sa away. Para lang makapagpaliwanag dahil wala akong programa gabi-gabi Pero ang sinasabi ko lang po, sana maghunos dili ang presidente natin na huwag naman ganon. Na talagang ipaliwanag para matuto ang tao. Ako'y nagpapasalamat sa inyo dahil it was really an education for me studying this. And now I hope yung mga tanong ko na-educate ang tao sa tungkulin ng COA na napakahalaga, sa tungkulin ng Commission on Civil Service na napakahalaga. And thank you, Senator Tolentino, for raising those issues na napakasailan na maglalagay ka sa corridors of power doon mismo sa palasyo ng isang banyaga na nagsisinungaling sa committee na sinasabi, hindi na ako nakikialam dyan nung dinala ko pagkatapos ngayon inaamin na siya pala ay garantor. Mahirap hindi umiling. Alam ko sa loob ng inyong isip, nakikita ko inyong mata, umiiling sa loob ng inyong utak pero hindi nyo maipakita dahil tungkulin nyo pa ang gagawin nyo pa. Ilan po ang gusto kong tanongin sa inyo and thank you very much, sir. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat po.
I will now call Senator Lacson. Sir, Senator Lacson. And then the last one, Senator Marcos. Wala pa Senator Lacson. Senator Dillon, we just go back again. Go really to Senator Soto. Senate President Soto, do you have any questions, sir? I guess it's we haven't had our lunch. Senator Dillon, are you there? In the meantime, habang wala pa Senator Dillon, Senator Pangilinan, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is Mr. Dargani present?
Mr. Chairman, I'm here.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Dargani.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
In the previous hearings, if you were able to monitor, there was a letter, an exchange of letters between the BMPS, Parmali, as well as the DOH regarding the delivery of testing kits. And a number of them the communications were signed by you. Do you remember signing these documents about delivery of testing kits?
Yes, I do remember signing documents, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes. The DOH said that the shelf life of these testing kits were 6 months. Are you familiar with that? Because you were directly involved in the delivery of these testing kits. Is that not correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I believe the shelf life was 6 months for these manufactured COVID-19 kits.
Yes, but the technical specifications were 24 to 36 months. You're familiar with that?
Mr. Chairman, I'm familiar with that.
So how did you end up delivering testing kits that had a shelf life of 6 months or less? If the technical specifications were 24 to 36 months, were you not worried that your deliveries would be rejected?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We did raise this concern with the right agencies. I just have to check which one in particular did we raise it to. Was it the PSDBM or the DOH or the RITM for this matter? I don't recall. But just like what they said, at that time these products were new. It was a new virus. So there's really no manufacturers giving 24 to 36 months shelf life for these test kits. And I
Did you
think this was
have,
a rejection to them.
because you have communications about rescheduling the delivery. In fact, this is one of your documents that was submitted to us, no? But there was no communication about the technical specifications, whether or not these technical specifications provided would be amended or set aside, or between you, formally, and the DBMPS or the RITM
I
or
will
the
have
DO.
to check in specific if there was any communication, as this was long ago. I really don't remember if there was any communication in particular to the shelf life. I will have to check the records, Your Honor.
So you're not sure if you had anything in writing, but you were earlier saying that you raised this concern.
Yes.
Because obviously you would be delivering items that were not compliant. Is
Correct.
that not
That's
right?
correct, Mr. Chairman.
But you don't recall writing it down.
As there's many letters that many documents that I've signed. I don't recall all the documents. I would like to refer to our paper trail if there is any in
Yes.
particular.
But this is a total of 4 billion pesos worth of testing kits with very specific specifications of 24 to 36 months.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we wouldn't join the bidding again, or we wouldn't be able to deliver again with a new contract if the procuring entity or the end user were not happy with our shelf life. So, like what my partners have reiterated, it's not just a one-time 4 billion contract. It's a span
Yes,
of
yes, I
multiple
understand.
contracts.
My point is, you did not see, or you can't remember whether you signed anything that would have at least covered, for the first delivery, for example, you could have been rejected outright if you didn't provide the right technical specifications. But then you delivered it anyway, and they accepted it anyway.
I guess they also maybe that they also accepted it is because they are also aware that the shelf life really for these test kits are 6 months, as admitted by the end user and by the procuring entity as well in the previous hearings.
Yes, yes. Okay. Well, It's actually a bone of contention, no, that in fact, unfortunately, the DOH isn't here because the letter of the DOH explaining why they accepted the 6 months, despite the fact that they had technical specifications of 24 to 36 months, is that it was a simple letter saying that because manufacturers said there was no 6 months, there were no available testing kits that was beyond 6 months.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Let me finish. I'm not
Sorry.
done yet.
Sorry.
Thank you. And I had wanted to ask the DOH, where are the negotiations or minutes or representations of these manufacturers who are claiming that the only test kits available were test kits that had an expiry of 6 months because it's COVID, etc., etc. And it's also unfortunate. Are you familiar with the storage requirements of the testing kits?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, and you confirm that your testing kits required a 25 degrees to or minus 15 to minus 25 degree storage. Is that not right?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Okay. Are you familiar with testing kits that would have allowed for 25 degrees plus 25 degrees centigrade rather than minus 25 degrees centigrade? You were dealing with a lot of suppliers.
Yes.
So
sorry,
yes.
Sorry, I did not get your question clearly.
You're dealing with a lot of suppliers on testing kits. Is that not right? Yeah.
Sorry. We only have two for the PCR test kits. We only have two, which was the Merxis and the BGI.
Yes. Yes. No. But yes, that was what you had. But you are familiar with other brands in the market, are you not? I mean, I suppose you would have.
I'm familiar
compared.
with some. Yeah. Yes, I'm familiar with some brands.
And some of them would require not minus 25 or minus 15, but perhaps, well, in one instance, I'm told there are testing kits that would require positive 25 degrees. Are you familiar with that?
That I'm not familiar with.
Okay. Yes. So, Sansure. Well, are you the exclusive distributor of BGI? Were you the exclusive distributor of DGI?
We're non-exclusive.
Would you know of other distributors of DGI in the Philippines? BGI? Did you have are you familiar, in the last hearing we mentioned this, we raised the question regarding Philippine United Technique Corporation? Are you familiar
I
with this?
I just learned about it during the last hearing.
You just learned about it during the last hearing.
Yeah.
So before that, you had no dealings with Philippine United Technique Corporation?
We have no dealings with them.
You formally?
Me, I don't have any dealings with PUTC or Philippine United Technique Corporation.
Because at one point, based on the documents that we have gathered, they were the exclusive distributor of BGI in the Philippines. So my question is, if they were, as they asserted then, this was in 2020, assuming that they were the exclusive distributor, then I would think you would have dealt with them when you delivered the first batch of BGI testing.
We have our own distribution certificate, distributorship certificate from BGI. So
yes, but that's 2021. Wasn't that 2021? Because Mr. Ryan
for 2020.
Okay. Anyway, the reason why I'm raising these questions, Mr. Chairman, is because we do have the Philippine United Technique Corporation Board of Securities and Exchange Commission papers. And we also have shared with us email sent by a certain Mr. Dennis Manalastas, sent to the BGI. Who is the BGI manufacturer, Mr. Mohit?
Sorry, sir. May I get
Who
the
is
question
the
again?
BGI manufacturer? Your contact.
I have no contact with the manufacturer. It's actually Mr. Ong who is in contact with the manufacturer.
Okay. And Mr. Ong has. So it was you, Mr. Ong, who contacted BGI, the manufacturer. Is that right? Mr. Ong?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
And they're based in where?
BGI China is a Beijing Genome Institute, so they're based in China.
Okay. And did you have any contacts with their local distributor here at one point? Philippine United Technique Corporation. Kilala mo ba yung kumpanyang yon?
I directly contact with BGI with regards to the supplies. For the second question about the Philippine United Technique, yes, I do know about the company Philippine United Technique.
Because the Philippine United Technique, according to emails that we were able to gather, represented themselves as the exclusive distributor of BGI in the Philippines. And BGI Beijing responded to this exchange of emails by pointing to Dennis Manalastas of Philippine United Technique Corporation as the sole distributor of BGI in the Philippines. So you know of, you have dealt with Philippine United Technique Corporation?
I have not dealt with, but I know that company.
And paano mo nalaman yung kumpanya na yun?
Your Honor, it's I think it's under us for the from the previous hearing you mentioned that Dennis is from Full Wind, so he's from Full Wind. So I cannot say it's connected with Full Wind, but I know that company.
Okay. You know Dennis Manalastas?
Yes, po, Your Honor.
How do you know him?
He's a counsel of Full Wind.
A Full Wind.
Yes,
Okay.
po, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So you have not had any dealings with Dennis Manalastas on supplying BGI?
No, Mr. Chairman. No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Well, okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Ong. And you know Rose Nonlin, no? Of course.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, po.
Yes. Jason Uson, kilala mo rin?
Yes, po.
Yes. Gerald Cruz, kilala mo?
Yes, po, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Jackson Lao.
Yes,
You
po,
know
Mr.
Jackson?
Chairman.
So you know all of them. How did you know all of them? Ami Nono Clokingan.
Hindi po. That one, hindi po, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Pero paano mo nakilala sina Jackson Lao, Gerald Cruz, Jason Uson, Rose Nonolin?
Mr. Chairman, I was the translator of Mr. Yang. So these people are working and connected with Mr. Yang.
Okay. Thank you. And we will submit this to the committee, Mr. Chairman. We have here the Securities and Exchange Commission document of Philippine United Technique Corporation, and the GIS period covered June 30, 2021 is as follows. Included would be as stockholders information, Philippine Polwin Group of Companies Incorporated with 75,000 shares common, Rose Nonolim with 8,750 shares, Jason Uson, 8,750. Gerald Cruz, Jackson Lao, and Ami Klongkingan. So 75% of Philippine United Technique Corporation is owned by Philippine Full Wind Group. And like you said, Philippine Full Wind Group, and you said you were the translator of Michael Yan. That's why you know all of them. Tama? No?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We will submit this because there are some clarifications here that I think we need to pursue. The other document that we have, and for the record, the Philippine United Technique Corporation, there is a certificate of filing of amended articles of incorporation. We were able to dig this up. It's signed by a certain Director del Rosario, Company Registration and Monitoring. And this is dated the amendment to the articles of the Philippine United Technique Corporation, amending the articles of incorporation, submitted to the SEC, was adopted on March 27, 2020. No? Alam natin yung date na yon, March 27. Parang 2 days before yung delivery ninyo, hindi ba? Yung unang delivery ninyo. And for the record, what was amended by Philippine United Technique Corporation was its secondary purpose. And the secondary purpose that was amended was, and I quote, to engage in the importation and wholesale distribution of medical equipment and related peripherals, accessories, and consumables, and medical supplies. As amended in a joint special meeting of the corporation on March 27, 2020. So what we have here is information that Dennis Manalastas sent emails to BGI in Beijing, saying that he is this exclusive distributor of BGI in the Philippines. And we also have Fullwind being 75% owner of Philippine United Technical Association. And of that, and on March 27, 2020, Philippine United Technique Corporation amended their articles of incorporation so that they could engage in the importation and sale. And that's why, and the unified registration record, yeah, andun na, legal at Fullwind, Mr. Dennis Manalastas. He was the one who also paid for the fees, for the, yeah, for the SEC fees, Dennis Manalastas. So, Mr. Chairman, we will be submitting this to the committee. I believe we should shed light as to the role of Philippine United Technique Corporation in the importation of BGI testing kits, if any, and who did they deal with locally. I am not convinced that Mr. Mohit Dargani and Mr. Lincoln Ong are telling the truth regarding not knowing or not having dealt with Philippine United Technique Corporation. And I think it would be good for us to subpoena Mr. Manalastas or invite him so that he can shed light. I will also reiterate, when upon our questioning, Mr. Owayan of the DBMPS was quick to say that he never saw Philippine United Technique Corporation in any of the documents that he signed. And I raised the question as to, he had to refer, he would say he needed to refer to the documents because of the need to confirm whether in fact the question, he had to as a response to other questions, he had to refer to the documents or ask that he be allowed to refer to the documents. But as a response to the question on Philippine United Technique Corporation, he immediately denied that he ever came across Philippine United Technique Corporation. Putting all these together and considering that the names are very familiar among all these corporations, I think we need to pursue this, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. We thank Mr. Lincoln Ong sa mga sagot niya and Mr. Mojit Dargani. One more question for Mr. Dargani.
Chairman.
Yes, there was one instance wherein you were being requested by DOH to delay the schedule of deliveries of your testing kits. Is that not right?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And you gave a proposal as to the delivery schedules. I mean, the proposed amended, adjusted delivery schedules. Is that not right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And yet you did not comply with the proposal, the adjusted delivery schedule dates. Is that not right?
We complied on the dates that were agreed upon.
There was one communication wherein you were asked to deliver in March because there was so much supply, but you disregarded this and went ahead and delivered in January of 2021. Is that not right?
I guess it was after we suggested the dates that they accepted it.
Yes. And in November, you delivered testing kits that were set to expire in 2 months. Is that not right?
I believe for this particular testing kits that we're referring to for the 2 months, we have long ago given the RSD for it. But what Mr. Wang or one of our partners were trying to explain was these test kits had versions. This is particularly the one from Singapore. They had versions. So every time that there was an upgraded version to it, we had to seek an approval from the RITM. So on our end, we have complied with the RSD. We were just waiting for the end user to accept it. And it went on to, by the time it was accepted, to 2 months left of the kit.
Under more normal circumstances, that should have been rejected. Di ba? I mean, because it was...
I guess so, but I guess also the manufacturer was coming from a point wherein these are the upgraded kits, and if the end user did not want them, then we would have given them the older version.
Yeah, but with a 2-month expiry.
If it was the older version, then we would have given fresh goods.
Well, my point is that these technical specifications provided for 24 to 36 months. You delivered a number of deliveries even under 6 months. There was one for 4 months. There was one for 5 months expiry. And now we find ourselves in a situation, and this has been admitted, that 550 million pesos worth of testing kits expired in storage. So this is precisely why that happened, because what should have been rejected because of technical specifications were not rejected. And and you said, Mr. Mojit, Mr. Dargani, that you can't recall whether there was anything in writing regarding the 24 to 36 month specifications. You delivered it anyway without, well, hoping maybe, I don't know, hoping that it will be accepted and not rejected for being in violation of the technical specifications, or you were given an assurance. In the local language, kayong mag-alala, bahala kami dyan. Tatanggapin namin yan, basta i-deliver ninyo. And bingo, the bulk of the expired testing kits worth 550 million came from you. 550 million pesos worth of useless testing kits that you provided and delivered, even beyond the even going against or inconsistent with what was written in the purchase order. So I hope you understand where we're coming from, Mr. Dargani. And we're trying to figure out why at the very least, 550 million pesos worth of testing kits expired, the bulk delivered by your company, for some strange reason accepted by this government, by the administration, by the DBMPS. And we end up
I just want to emphasize, Mr. Chairman, if I may, with all due respect, that the 2 months kits that you were talking about, I think this is only 177 kits, if I'm not mistaken. It's not the full 550 million. I'm not sure why the DOH or the RITM has that much inventory that went to waste. That's really beyond for me to say. But all I can talk about is the 2 months that you're referring to, which we had to wait for the amendment of order from the end user.
you may say 2 months. Yes, that was one. But you also had 4 months. There was another one that was 5 months in expiry. All in not non-compliant with the purchase orders.
Yeah. With that, because the manufacturer only produces 6 months shelf life from the time it comes out.
That is your allegation. That is your allegation, Mr. Dargani. Because we do have bid offers here, documents saying they were offering it 12 months. In fact, you delivered a few months. The government delivered or purchased 2 months later, 10 months shelf life. So, 2 months after it bought from you, it bought from Mirxes directly, and Mirxes was providing them a longer shelf life. So, I hope you understand, you can't provide me the documents as to, or you can't remember if there are documents about you renegotiating. This is a negotiated contract, hindi ba? And because it's a negotiated contract, if the specifications have not been met, they should have been either rejected or renegotiated. Nothing of that sort happened. Nothing of that sort happened. And when you were delivering it, at the point of delivery, they were making negotiations for a longer delivery period. You disregarded it and delivered anyway. I mean, at least in a number of deliveries. It's like there were no rules, Mr. Dargani. Unfortunately, what was set out and written they were disregarded. And where are we? Where are we? So I hope you understand. We're talking of billions of pesos that have been spent. That if it were spent correctly, maybe many more lives could have been saved. Less infections could have taken place. Less severe illnesses would have happened. But because testing kits went to waste, here we are, unable to, hindi na natin ma-manage ng tama yung pagsugbo sa COVID, kumalat na ng kumalat. So I hope you understand. I have no other questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. Senator Drilon, please. You're on mute, sir. You're on mute.
Okay, sorry. First, question to to my good friend here. What's your name? Anyway, Mr. Dargani, you are the envy of the business sector. To be able to translate 625,000 in capital to an 11 billion in sales. I assume you have no MBA, Mr. Dargani. Meron ka bang MBA? Wala naman.
No, Mr. Chairman.
No, Masters of Business Ad, wala naman.
No, Mr. Chairman.
But you have an MBA by Baker ako.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Oh. You see, Mr. Chairman, this Mr. Bargani has stayed abroad, has refused to come back here, and face all of these problems that our country is facing. Mr. Bargani, in your conscience, you have fleeced the Filipino people of billions of pesos, which could otherwise be used for vaccines, for ayuda, and there you are. I know where you are now, enjoying the fruits of what you did to the Filipino people, including giving 10 million to your girlfriend and arranging that she becomes a supplier of all of these documents. I have to say this because I think I would reflect the frustration of the Filipino people when you when you were able, when you were able to translate 625,000 to over 11 billion in sales. That should be in your conscience. You can dispute that you did it legitimately, etc. Nobody will believe you. I'm telling you that the Filipino people are so disgusted with what they have seen in these committee hearings because of your actions in connivance with some government official. You were able to fleece public coffers of 42 billion, or yes, of 10 billion. But having said that, how much was just your total purchase orders that you received from PSDBM? Total for Pharmaly.
I believe we already submitted the detailed breakdown of this.
Yeah.
But on my memory,
yes,
on my
subject
memory,
to confirmation from the record, because you're not here. Just so we can proceed with this discussion. How much was the total purchase order? Without saying that that is accurate, it's subject to confirmation from the written records, but more or less, how much?
I believe it's around 10 billion.
10 billion. 10 billion extending up to June of this year.
I believe so.
Yes, okay. All right. Taking that, how much? So all of these were delivered. All these medical supplies, etc., were delivered.
All our contracts with the PSDBM have been fully delivered. We
Okay.
only have one contract that was put on hold and possibly for termination by the DOH.
Possibly for?
Termination. I'm just basing on the news articles that I'm reading online.
Okay, okay. But of the 10 billion or so worth of purchase orders, which you said were all delivered, how much payment have you received? Have you been paid for everything?
No, Mr. Chairman.
All right. How much have you been paid?
I believe we have been paid approximately around 8.5. Again, this is just approximately.
Yeah, approximately 8.5. So you have a collectible of roughly 1.5 or thereabouts billion.
Yeah, thereabouts.
Given all of this controversy that you generated, would you defer collection of all of this until the end, until this issue can be resolved?
I cannot
Or are
speak
you
on behalf
insisting?
of the company. I can only speak for myself. I cannot speak on the behalf of the company.
Okay.
This is something
Yeah.
that the board needs to decide, Your Honor.
Who is in the board?
Mr. Lincoln Ong, Mr. Wang Tzuyan, my sister, yes, and other like our legal counsels as well.
Yes. I think it is sufficiently established that you control the company, Mr. Do-It. Now,
Don't
I'm
control
just
the
asking
company.
you, okay, would you recommend to your board that we suspend first the collection of this amount from public funds, given the controversy that it has generated?
I will have to defer this to the board's decision. Really, it's just not my
Yes,
decision. I
yes,
will have to bring it up with them.
yes. I'm not saying that it's your decision. I'm asking whether you will recommend to your board that you
I
defer
will not.
production.
The recommendation shouldn't actually come from me. I believe the recommendation, if anything, should come from the chairman, because I'm
Yes,
just a
you
member.
are a member of the board, Mr. Dargani. I'm asking you in your personal capacity as a member of the board, you would recommend the suspension of this collection? No.
I believe the goods have been delivered in good faith, and so I believe that we should be compensated for our deliveries.
All right.
That's my thing.
I just wanted to publish on record that you are insisting that you should recover the remaining 1.4 billion. Okay. Mr. Ong, just for the record, to the question, how much did Mr. Michael Young deliver to Farmally as his assistance to Farmally by way of a loan or advances or whatever? You would still not be able to tell this committee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman
Yes.
and Senator Drilon. I'm sorry, I have to stand by what I said last time. Yun po.
What did you say the last time?
Hindi ko po pwede i-disclose.
Okay, yeah. I know, I'm just Mr. Lincoln Ong. If you do not know it, we are continuing to establish the legal basis for your continued detention because you will be detained and until you answer our question. And let me tell you that that's not my opinion. That is the opinion of the Supreme Court, and you can tell your lawyers that until you answer our questions, answer it truthfully. The Supreme Court has ruled that we can detain you, just for the record. All right, now. Okay, can I go back to Mr. Dargani? Mr. Dargani, yes. Because your sister is not yet around. Is that Mr.
I think she's resting. I'm not with her, so she's resting.
Okay.
I believe. She
Okay,
was having panic attack, according to my mom.
Okay, okay. Now, the committee requested for documents upon my request to support the volume of sales as appearing in your financial statement to be 7,485,401,046 pesos. We have not received this, Mr. Dargani. Considering your access to your officers, would you be able to submit these documents to us?
I believe, Mr. Chairman, our legal counsel has responded to the letter provided by the Honorable Blue Ribbon Committee Chairman, Senator Gordon.
Yeah. And you're saying that you cannot furnish this to us?
For the docs that was specifically requested from me and my sister, yes, we cannot furnish those.
Yes. The company itself cannot?
Yes, the company itself cannot. That's correct.
Now, what about this unrealized foreign currency gains? We ask for some particular, how much is the foreign exchange cash asset of the company to be able to make an entry of unrealized foreign currency gains of 62,232,031 pesos, 31 and 31 as foreign exchange gains. Would you be able to tell us how much foreign currency assets your company had in order to generate this kind of an entry? of foreign exchange gains?
Mr. Chairman, it would really be best for our accountant to answer this question, as I'm not an accountant and I was not the one who
Yes.
prepared it.
But your accountant is hiding.
I don't believe so. I don't know if he's
Okay.
hiding.
Okay, because we cannot serve the subpoenas on you guys.
Our accountant is an outsourced accountant, so his office is not really Informali's office.
Who? CBR? The CBR?
Mr. Jeff Mariano, who was
Okay,
mentioned.
where is he? Do you know where his address is?
I don't have his address. I have his email address, which I can forward to the committee.
Okay, can you forward to the committee whatever you know,
Yeah.
whatever
I'll
you
forward.
can?
I'll forward
Sige,
I'll forward
okay.
his email address.
You don't have access to the deeds of donation right now, where you
No,
are.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any access to documents right now, Mr. Chairman.
Where are these documents?
These documents should be at the company's the office at the company.
Where is
With the
that?
company.
Where is that?
It's at should be at Fort Victoria.
Fort Victoria. Okay. And where are you now, Mr. Dagani?
I'm right now in my friend's house in Pampanga.
Where? In?
Pampanga.
So you are in the country.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I see.
I manifested that I came back to the country 3 hearings ago, I believe.
3
hearings ago.
3
September.
hearings ago. I'm sorry. I must have missed that. Thank you very much. Okay, so you're in Pampanga. Can you commit to us that as president, as corporate secretary, you would bring these documents to us? Because as corporate secretary, you are in official possession of these documents.
This one I can recommend to the board, but our board will have to unanimously approve me submitting any documents.
I did not realize that submitting documents to the Senate would require a board approval. I can understand that you have taken certain legal positions, but now you have included the approval of the board. I don't accept that. Mr. Chairman, I need Mr. Owayan. I assume he is not around. Is Mr. Owayan around? Attorney Owayan?
I didn't see him earlier. Mr. Wayan?
Is there anybody from PSDBM?
Mr. Lau is there.
No, from PSDBM, the present.
Present.
Yeah. Wala.
Mr. Chair, before just a quick manifestation, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a quick manifestation. To those who are not present in today's hearing, we will see you in the budget hearings. So, so we may raise these questions in the budget hearings. We just wanted that manifested so that these missing government employees are made aware that we will see you again sometime. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I have a lot more questions, but many of these would be addressed to or would be answered or have to be answered by PSDBM, and they're not around. So, can I have a 1-minute suspension to review my notes to see kung sino po ang pwede kong tanungin? Because formally is also putting defenses that they cannot produce anything. If they think they can frustrate this committee, nagkakamali po sila, Mr. Chairman, because I think we have enough at this point. We have established so many facts, but again, I am as frustrated as probably our people that we could not get into other areas that we would want to get. So, Mr. Chairman, may I ask for a 1-minute suspension to figure out whether, uh, well, whether I can draw certain answers from those who are present here. 1-minute suspension, sir.
Hearing is suspended for 1 Senate minute. Senator De Leon, would you permit me to ask a few questions in the meantime? Or would you like to continue?
No, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I can yield the floor to you and just ask questions later on again.
Thank you. I would like to ask Mr. Dargani some questions, if I may. Mohit Dargani?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Who is the chairman of the board of your company?
Mr. Wang Chuyan.
Wang Suyen. And the president, of course, is Twinkle, right?
Actually, Twinkle was only an interim president during the time that Mr. Wang couldn't be in the Philippines.
Oh, wait a minute. You said she was president. Are you now saying your sister is a decoration that can be removed anytime?
No, Mr. Chairman.
an
I was
election?
saying is that during 2020, we had the special elections to elect her to be the president for signing documents purposes because we really needed someone to act as a president.
Do you have the minutes?
Yes, I believe we have the minutes in the
Will you
office.
please submit those minutes to us so we can verify whether you're telling the truth?
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
I presume that this was submitted to the Securities and Exchange Commission.
I believe so, Mr. Chairman. I will check. So.
I believe so. Are you sure?
My memory doesn't serve me right, Mr. Chairman. I will have to check.
From whom?
But I know that the board of there were some minutes of the meeting for that board
You're trying
meeting.
to impress upon me that you don't know?
Pardon, Mr. Chairman?
You're trying to impress upon me that you don't know? Your record of telling the truth isn't exactly sterling, you know?
Yes, what I'm saying is we do have the minutes of the board meeting, and I believe that it's supposed to be submitted to the SEC. So I presume it has.
If you think that you're going to play a game with us, we're not going to conclude the hearings until you people come around and provide all these minutes, because we're prepared to call meetings every day. We're on vacation right now, but we're going to call hearing after hearing, if necessary, daily. I'm told by some of your friends who tried to intercede for Lincoln that you're having you're all stressed out. You're prepared to tell the truth, but you're afraid. Is that true?
Man, we are telling the truth.
No, my question is not that. All right. Okay, now let me proceed. I have documents here that say, would this be a correct statement that you have already collected a total of 6 billion 907 million 6,720 pesos from DBM, you yourself?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. If that's on record, then it should be true.
No, it is true, right? Yes or
Yes,
no?
Mr. Chairman.
Because I don't like this should be. What should be is not is. Now, that means you were collecting the checks. And where did you bring the checks after you collected them?
To our banks.
And your banks are Union Bank, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And also Asian United Bank?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And also BDO?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Did you put this money in these banks?
Yes,
No,
Mr. Chairman.
no point in lying. I already have your.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I did.
So you did, all right. And did you withdraw them afterwards?
We paid them to our suppliers. We transferred them to our suppliers.
Give me an example of payment to your suppliers.
Like payment to Tiger Phil.
How much did you pay Tiger Phil?
What's based on the sales invoice?
Well, I'm asking the question. So you're answering me with
I don't have the records with me.
But you should remember, this was the first contract. This is the first contract that you got, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Now let me ask you a question. Who concocted this idea that you guys are going to supply the government with all these supplies? Was it you?
Pardon, Mr. Chairman?
Who concocted the idea that you'll form this corporation to supply the government no, you already had a corporation, that you would enter into contractual arrangements to bid for these large amounts of supplies that you were going to supply the government?
It was a group. It was the board that
I said
decided
who?
that we would.
Who?
Well, Mr. Ong brought it up to the group, saying that
When
there's
was
this
that? When was that?
post sometime in March, Mr. Chairman.
In March. Well, in March, middle of March, last week of March.
Maybe middle or start of middle, maybe middle.
Yeah, middle. And what was his basis for proposing? What exactly did he propose? Here we go.
I don't remember the context
I
of
cannot
the.
not remember. This is such a big step in your career. What were you before?
I was just doing projects on the side if I can.
No. What do you mean by projects on the side? You had no exact
Like
continuous, sustainable
nothing.
source of income.
I was really more on a invested in stocks, the stock market. That's really what I was doing. And if there's any projects that I can do, then I would act as a project manager.
So in other words, you're a big time investor. You were investing in stocks, right? You make it sound like you're big. You must be big. You are big. You said you invested in stocks.
Mr. Chairman, this doesn't mean that we are big time by investing in stocks. I mean,
What's wrong
you
with
should
that? Why
invest.
don't you admit it? How much did you have invested in stocks?
I invoke my right against self-incrimination.
No, you
Mr.
cannot.
Chairman.
You cannot. There's no reason. There's no connection. You're probably
It's private, Mr. Chairman. It's
Sorry?
private. Sorry, it's private for me to
There's
divulge
nothing
my
private in an inquiry involving government money that has been apparently
Mr.
stolen.
Chairman, it's not government
No,
money.
we
It's
do
my
not
personal
accept it
money.
here. You have to show me the connection. What is private about that? You mean to tell me you're willing to dupe the government and then say it's a private transaction?
Mr. Chairman, my
Even in
personal
India, you're not going to have that. Even in
investment.
China, you're not going to have that. Don't run away.
Mr. Chairman, but it's just like
What? Like what? Like what?
I'm being pressured to give details that
No, I'm
I
not being
don't have
pressured.
to.
You're the one pressuring yourself. You do not want to answer the question. If you don't want to answer the question, we're going to go and keep on asking the questions, which is a fair question. You say, this is a very big, you got 10 billion. That's what you told Senator Dillon. You got 10 billion. How did you come about getting 10 billion? And you said, oh, I invested in stocks. Now, how big an investment in stocks do you have?
Mr. Chairman, my investment in stocks
You're
has nothing
free
to
to
do with
answer
the 10
because we
billion
can
of farm money.
check, right? Because we can check, right? And when we check, you'll be lying again. It's hard to lie.
Lying, Mr. Chairman.
What?
Lying, Mr. Chairman. That's the thing. We've been painted as liars, plunderers, scammers, smugs,
What do you
everything
call
since
it?
day one.
You mean to tell me you got your cars just like that? While everybody's suffering, you got a nice car, you give it to your sister as a gift, you don't even pay your taxes? So how do I picture that? At the very least, I'll call you took advantage of a very bad situation in our country. And you're trying to say you're an angel? You're not an angel, my friend. Don't try to paint yourself something that you're clearly not. Now answer the question. I asked you a question.
Mr. Chairman.
Before this, you were a stockbroker, right? You
Not a
invested in
stockbroker.
stocks. You invested in stocks. My mistake. Yes, Senator Dillon.
Yes. Can I go to another topic? Ask questions of Mr. Dargani. Mr. Dargani.
Okay, I'll give him a breather.
Yes, your financial statements indicate that you purchased from suppliers approximately 7,092,000,000 in medical supplies, PPEs, face masks, face shields, which you which supplies were the ones that you sold to PSDBM in fulfillment of your contracts. Would you confirm that? That's in your financial statements, if you look at it.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, whatever is in our financial statements is accurate.
Recall your financial statements saying cost of sales 7,092,000,000. Who are your suppliers, Mr. Dargani?
I believe Mr. Lincoln Ong has already provided it and it was already read by
Sorry,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman.
Sorry. Ano?
I believe Mr. Ong has already provided the list of our suppliers and Mr. Chairman has already read it.
All right. Okay, Mr. Ong is here. Mr. Ong,
Excuse me.
Oh,
Please try to put
suppliers?
words in my mouth.
Huh?
Mr. Ong just mentioned this guy, and as if he told me a lot. He doesn't told me a lot. He just said, "Oh, I made a quick fix. I went to Tiger Phil, and then after Tiger Phil was discovered, oh, they went to Green Trends, right? Yung ba supplier ninyo? You know,
Mr. Chairman,
I have a hard.
Tiger Phil is one of my supplier.
Who's
I'm
answering?
Sir, would you mind removing your mask kung wala namang tao dyan? I can hardly hear you. Mr. Ong, my question is, who are your major suppliers from whom you got your supplies that you in turn delivered to PSDBM in fulfillment of your obligations under your contract, under your supply contract? Who are
Mr.
the
Chairman,
Yes.
For the mask, we have two suppliers. Number one is Tiger Phil. Number two is Wang Jie. For the PPE, as I mentioned in several hearings already, we seek the help of Mr. Yang, and I already furnished the committee a list of the suppliers from the side of Mr. Yang. And then for the BGI test kits, we have BGI as a manufacturer, as the supplier, Your Honor.
Would you have also an indication of, in your submission to us, of how much did you, how much in terms of purchases did you make from each of your supplier?
I did not include that, Mr. Chairman.
Can you now include that because that is in your financial statements? Can you submit? Can we have documents to support or at least for you to be able to tell us who are your suppliers, as you have just mentioned, and how much contract or how much did you purchase from them individually?
I have to seek the guidance of our counsel, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry? If
I
you
have
can,
to seek advice.
you have to what?
I have to seek advice from my counsel muna, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. You have submitted this. You have submitted your financial statements to the committee. We are asking for the support documents on what you have submitted as financial statements because your external auditor, Ms. Sibyal, said she did not see any support documents. So that's why I'm asking, can you submit to us the documents in support of the purchases that you made from your suppliers?
Putol. Ba't nawala? Wala.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, nawala po, Mr. Chairman. Nawala po.
How can you hear me now?
Yes po. I can hear you now, Mr. Chairman.
My question is, your audited financial statements indicate a total of 7,092,000,000 in round figures as cost of sales, meaning this is what you paid your suppliers, which enabled you to fulfill your obligations with PSDBM. question. Would you, I asked you the question, who are these suppliers? And you stated who are the suppliers. The next question is, can you tell us how much is the contract of each of your supplier, which corresponds to the 7,092,000,000 as your cost of sales?
Mr. Chairman, I got your question, Mr. Chairman. As I said, I'll have to seek the advice of our counsel before committing anything to this committee.
All right, because I'm telling you that when we ask these questions, which are already on record insofar as portions of the answers are concerned, in this particular case, you have submitted, your company has submitted audited financial statements. Your audited financial statements indicate the cost of sales. You have already indicated who are the suppliers that you have contracted to, starting with Tiger Marketing and the rest of the suppliers. The next question I ask is, how much are these contracts that you have entered into with your suppliers? Now you are refusing to answer my question after answering on record all these questions that you earlier made. You are insisting that you would not want to answer these questions.
Mr. Chairman, allow me to seek advice from my counsel.
All right. So can you tell us that can you tell us your counsel's advice at the next hearing?
Definitely, Mr. Chairman. Whatever is the conclusion, I will definitely relay to this committee, Mr. Chairman.
We have no more questions on Mr. Ong, Mr. Chairman, because he could not, we will have to await advice of his counsel. Yes, that's all in the meantime, Mr. Chairman. I will yield the floor to whoever of my colleagues who would still have questions. I have no more questions in the meantime. On Mr. Ong, there is a pending question. He will consult his counsel, and therefore we will await for his response after he has consulted his counsel, which he is entitled to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I don't quite agree with that, Senator Dillon, because he has already submitted the documents and we can confront him with those documents. But if he wants to kill time, we're happy to accommodate him. He can consult his client's counsel until he's blue in the face. We are allowed to confront him with the document that he submitted.
Yes, we will examine those documents if Mr. Ong does not cooperate.
Mr. Ong, what is so
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
so secret that you have to consult your counsel about your suppliers?
Mr. Chairman, I'm just being I'm just being careful. I don't want to incriminate myself. I don't know what are the implications.
Trouble enough. And it doesn't mean that we're trying to abuse you. I'm just asking a simple question. Did you not supply PSDBM with supplies coming from your these suppliers of yours?
Yes, we supply the PSDBM.
All right. If you have them, why can't you answer give us their names?
Mr. Chairman, I already submitted to the
How much
committee.
did you pay them?
Well, Mr.
You're not
Chairman,
in the business of manufacturing, right? Are you in the business of manufacturing these supplies?
no, Mr. Chairman.
So in effect, you actually lied to when you bidded.
I cannot comment on that.
Say that you are technically equipped. How can you say that you're financially equipped when on your very first contract, you right away turn around and try to buy from another contractor? And how can Mr. Lau give it to you when in reality, he is required to sell to you, but if you cannot provide it without going to another contractor in the country, then he is caught not doing his job because there are other suppliers, and at the same time, you have cheated the government because you got it for a lower price, and now double it, and then with two different suppliers, and now you're trying to sell us an overprice. Isn't that an overprice?
Mr. Chairman, I cannot comment on that.
Yes, you can.
I invoke myself. I
Let me
invoke
ask
my
you,
rights against self-incrimination, Mr. Chairman.
you're not incriminating you. You've already incriminated yourself. I don't buy it. I'm not abusing you. You already presented the documents. I'm trying to confront you with it. How, what do you think? The government is totally helpless? That you have phantom suppliers? That you have phantom money that you acquired that you don't want to tell us? There's so many laws that I can tell. The corporation law, as you say, or the money laundering law that requires banks to accept your money based on the, are you familiar with this person? I'll give you time to think about it. Let me go to Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang,
Yes,
a few hearings ago, you said, again, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to confront you with what you stated last time. What did you say? You told us that you had 500 million emanating out of a letter of credit from Union Bank. Did you not?
Mr. Chairman, I admit that I made a
The question is simple. Can you answer yes or no, and then you can explain?
yes on an earlier hearing. I did state
Excuse me?
on an earlier hearing. I did state on record that we have a letter of
So
credit
you
of.
did say that, right?
I did say that, but
How can you forget $500 million or 500 million pesos and say, we've gone through this before, that you got a letter of credit? How can you say now, when confronted, you say you got a certificate of deposit, right?
It was a certificate of credit, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
certificate of credit. Okay, all right. So, and did you have a guarantee for that?
I cannot recall the exact details, Mr. Chairman. I'll go back and check.
You are not here to be fooled around with. You say
No.
something and then you withdraw it, and then now you say, I cannot recall. Those
Mr.
are
Chairman,
it's a fraud.
Mr. Chairman, I
you a fraud?
apologize.
Are you a
if
fraud?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm not a
Of course
fraud.
you say no, but in reality, you can't remember something as big as that. 500 million? You cannot remember?
Mr. Chairman, I really apologize for making the wrong statement. If I said anything wrong, I'm always willing to correct myself.
But
if
that's why
there's
I'm
any-
asking you to correct it now.
We do not have a letter of credit of 500
There is
million.
certificate of deposit issued to you? Deposit ba? Yeah. By the way, what do you mean by a certificate of deposit? Is it deposit or
Credit.
certificate of what?
Certificate of credit.
Credit,
From what
certificate of credit. All right.
I think the
I'm
certificate
sorry,
of credit,
I'm not as rich as you are. What do you mean by a certificate of credit?
I believe, based on what I was told, the certificate of credit was necessary for our PPE projects in 2021 as part of our, I think, if I really cannot remember the exact detail, is to be part of the documentary requirements for us to participate in the 2021 PPE projects. That's based on what I remember, and I really apologize again if I made that mistake on record. We never had a letter of credit of 500 million.
I think you really are a nice man at heart, nice young man at heart who's gotten way above his head and all these troubles. And I try to sympathize with you, but I will sympathize with you better if you're more forthright. Because I know you got into this and now you can't remember. It looks very, very bad on you. You think that there are millions of people out there watching you and you cannot remember 500 million? That's impossible. You know
I
that.
think
I think you know that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may clarify on one point, I believe that there was a understanding that we remitted money into PPC's Philippine accounts from overseas. There was never such an instant. If there's any of how I was able to fund one of the projects for the Brexit, I paid on behalf first overseas on behalf of the company. So I think that was the part where there was assumption that perhaps we remitted foreign currencies into the company from abroad. There was never such a case.
And then, if you remitted money, then you declared it, right? When you brought it in.
Yes, if there was any we brought in, we would declare it definitely.
If memory serves correct, I can remember what you remitted. As you say, you had $600 million pesos from your savings. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I did not say that.
Oh, yes, you did. Shall I check the transcript?
I said we
You
have.
deposited at the Hong Kong Shanghai Bank. Di ba? You got it there?
No, I said I funded the projects overseas through my own personal banks.
Precisely. Where did you bring that money? Here?
No, I paid the suppliers from my own personal accounts.
And where is that personal account?
In HSBC Bank in Singapore.
Is it Hong Kong or Singapore?
Singapore. It's HSBC, Singapore.
Okay, so, and based on that, you funded it. And how did you fund it? You had to bring the money here, right?
No, I did not bring the money. I paid on behalf of the company first as advance payments for the company.
Excuse me?
I paid on behalf of the company personally first for the supplies.
It's so hard to talk to you, you whisper and you try to be as humble as you can. I sympathize with you. Somebody called me about you and said, he's a very kind man. He's a nice man. And, I don't know why I should be called by somebody when in fact and he said you were willing to tell the truth already, but, there are some reservations, but it's all right.
No,
The truth that a certificate of credit is documentary proof of the existence of an underlying line of credit.
Mr. Chairman, if I may share my perspective on this, I hope you don't take offense. I believe the transactions between Farmerly and the government is as a buyer and a seller.
Please answer my question. You ought to know that, Simple lang yan. It's very simple. Isn't it true that a certificate of credit is documentary proof of the existence of an underlying line of credit?
I don't know exact word detailed, but I think the amount to receive that certification of credit, we use our collections from the government.
I guess we'll be seeing each other for a longer time. I'm not going to waste my time with you. We'll have to come back again and again and again until you tell the truth. Because, how can you not know that you have an existing line of credit somewhere and you cannot even remember where? Let me ask you another question. Since Farmerly only has 625,000 pesos in capital, who provided that credit? Maybe that's easier for you to answer. You're the chairman. Remember, you're the chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Can you repeat the question? Sorry, I didn't hear it correctly.
Okay, I'll repeat the question. Since Farmerly only has 625,000 pesos in capital, all right? Who provided that credit?
Who provided the credit?
The credit.
Mr. Chairman, for some of the projects, as my partner has stated,
Which partner? Please specify which partner.
Lincoln Ong.
For the first project, Mr. Lincoln Ong was able to secure the supplies.
No, I want to know the name of your partner.
My partners are Mr. Lincoln Ong, Mr. Mohit Dagani, and Ms. Twinkle Dagani. Those are my partners.
Did they provide the credit, or did you provide you claim you provided the credit?
Mr. Chairman, the certificate of credit received was based on what was in our bank accounts at the time, and I think 100% of that came from our collections from the government.
So the government funded you in advance?
No, never. We never received a single peso advance.
You just said it. The government, most of that account came from the government. Are you trying to?
No, Mr. Chairman. When we deliver some goods and we receive money from the government for that collection, before we pay back to our suppliers, there is a time period that it stays in our bank. And during that time, we use that money to receive a certificate of credit. And that's how we're able to get it. That is the truth.
I'm trying to decipher what you're saying. You can't seem to give me a specific answer. First, you say you have money of your own, then you say you have a line of credit. And no, even first, you said you got a letter of credit from, well, you know what ticked me off last time, remember? I got upset with you.
Yes, I remember.
You did not even tell me that the bank had written you and that they said to you that you have no line of credit. Please explain. Why are you claiming that you have a what do you call it? A credit line brought about by you, and then they probably told you because you said that you had what do you call that phrase? Um, uh, uh, you know, it's getting to be really exasperating. But you say that you have that, and then Singapore, and then Union Bank called your attention, and then you changed it to a line of credit afterwards.
Certificate of credit.
Letter of credit from. That's right. I'm sorry. I'm really getting tired. Letter of credit, di ba? That was the original statement that you made, and then you changed it to a line of credit.
Mr. Chairman.
Certificate of credit.
Yeah,
That's what you said.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry if.
And when I ask you, then you can't even explain to me what that certificate means. Then you have 600 million pesos that you brought in. That you didn't have to bring it. It was in Hong Kong, Shanghai Bank, and Singapore, correct? And you're telling me, when I asked you, you said you got money from the government from what they paid you. So that means they were spotting you. Mr. Lau was spotting your company.
No, Mr. Chairman, our collections are only from what the previous deliveries that we have delivered.
Because I'm not getting anywhere with you on this one, because obviously you don't want to tell the truth. I'm going to ask you another question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Who did you pay? And for what amounts? And for what quantities? Give me a Singapore payment made by you.
Mainly, the Singapore payments are mainly for the Merx's deliveries.
Sorry?
A-Star Fortitude kits.
The test kits?
Test kits, A-Star test kits.
660 million, right?
The contract value of that is 660 million, yes.
That's right. And where did you get the money to pay for that?
Mr. Chairman, as I said before, I did not have 660 million or even close to that. What we did was we will pay partially for because there's a schedule of deliveries for the products. So we will pay for the amount that was scheduled to be delivered, and it's a sequence of cash flow planning. So we'll pay for some, hope to receive some back, and we'll pay for it again. So that was what we did. So it was difficult, very difficult.
And gosh, you're taking us around and around and around, and you can't even answer a specific question. So, it's your call. Yes, Senator Pangilinan.
Just very quickly with Mr. Wang. Did you ever deal with Philippine United Technic Corporation?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm
Never?
not aware of that company at all.
So you're not familiar with them being the exclusive distributor of BGI?
No, throughout this time, I was very rarely in the Philippines. So I
Did
really don't.
Did you have exclusive distributorship of BGI in 2020?
I believe my partners told me that it was not exclusive. We had distribution rights, non-exclusive.
So did you have distribution rights in 2020 or 2021?
I believe both. To do the projects, we need to have distribution rights. So both years I believe we have distribution
Would
rights.
you have copies of these distribution rights? Was this submitted? Was this presented during the bid?
I believe in the bids we have to submit that distribution right authority. And yes,
But do you have copies?
Just one question.
Hmm.
Which bank gave you the certificate of credit?
it was Union Bank.
Union Bank.
Yes.
So they called your attention, right?
Yes.
And how did you guarantee that payment?
We didn't utilize that certificate at all, Mr.
No, you
Chairman.
did not utilize it.
We did not utilize. I said there is, but I never utilized it. Just
What did you use to pay? You know, it's pathetic. You know, what did you use to pay them?
What was the point of saying it if that was not the source of the payment? When that was the question, Mr. Chairman.
if maybe I didn't understand the first question the first time when Mr. Chairman asked me, I really apologize for that. I assumed the question was, did you have any line of credit from any bank? And just out of my head, I remember there was one, and I said it, and I didn't have the source document. But I apologize, really, if I made that confusion. And
Just one last point on the distributorship, Mr. Chairman. We may administrative matter. If we can request the committee to subpoena the dealership agreement of Pharmaly with BGI. I believe the FDA would have this as well as the DBMPS. Would the FDA have this because you are required to submit such agreements? Is that not right before you get your certification?
yes, I believe they are part of the requirements. So
Yes.
we definitely will have that, I think.
When you say we, who's we?
The company, or I say we refer to the company, Pharmaly Pharmaceutical.
You don't have your own files in Singapore, would you?
No, I was overseas, so I don't have access to but I will ask the company to
Yes,
submit
please.
this.
If you can ask them to submit the dealership agreement with BGI in 2020 and 2021.
Yes, I will
Yes.
ask them.
Thank you for your cooperation. I have no other questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Now, let me ask you a question, Mr. Wang. How did you pay your suppliers? Checks or cash?
For which I think for most of our suppliers are overseas, so we would do forex telex, if my memory is right. Yeah.
No, but your memory has to be accurate because you're the chairman. How can you tell me that you cannot remember na naman? Hey, you're really testing our patience, you know?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to be overconfident on any statement, and I did make a wrong statement before, so I want to be sure every time. Now, understand?
Well, let me go to another question then. How do you pay your suppliers and the people from whom you borrowed money? Did you borrow money from Mr. Michael Yang? You said that.
As Mr. Chairman, as I said, I wasn't in the Philippines during that time, the whole time, and it's really I wasn't involved on the mind to the details, the exact details of it. So, I believe there's agreement between Mr. Lincoln Ong and Mr. Michael Yang, and I'm not privy to that agreement, you know. And really, Mr. Michael Yang doesn't know of my existence in the company. That this really, I have to state on record. He helped Mr. Lincoln on and by doing so helped the company, but he does not know of my existence. I was ashamed to go to him myself.
You were ashamed?
Yes, because of what transpired between perhaps my father and...
True that your father and he had a falling out because you were competing with one another? And yet he came to your rescue because you're your father's son, right?
No, he does not know of my existence until this Senate investigation at all.
Come on.
Really,
Okay,
Mr.
so
Chairman.
let me go to another question then. The fact that you have a credit certificate means Union Bank gave credit in your behalf, whether you use it or not, is not relevant to the fact that Union Bank must have a collateral to give that kind of credit line. What collateral is that, and where did it come from? Did you have land? Did you have shares of stock? Did you have bond certificates? Did you have money, cash, etc.?
Mr. Chairman, the moment when we receive collections from the government, there will be a time lapse between when we pay our suppliers. There will be a time lapse where the money will be in our bank accounts.
Do you speak Tagalog?
No, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I don't.
In other words, in Tagalog, niluluto mo kami sa sarili naming mantika. You're using the money of the government and you're frying us in our own lard.
Mr. Chairman, if I may say something.
You can.
I hope I wanted to show you my standpoint. The position of Farmony is not an agent of the procuring entity. We did not take the money. We're not tasked by the agent, the procuring entity, to buy on behalf.
Did you buy yourself a nice car like Mr. Gargani? Did you buy yourself a nice car, 2 cars like Mr. Lincoln Ong? Did you buy your girlfriend a car like Mr. Gargani? Your sister a car like Mr. Gargani? An expensive 18 million pesos only car.
Mr. Chairman,
That means that you made money, right? These guys made money. How did may I talk to Mojit? Mojit, where did you get the money to buy the car again?
As I mentioned, Mr. Chairman, I asked for a shareholders advances from the company this year.
So you asked for a shareholders advance, and they gave it to you.
Yes, I requested the board if I can, yes.
And do you have a document to prove that?
It's verbal, I think.
It's verbal agreement.
Verbal agreement. And do you know that when you have an advance payment from the bank, from your company, you have to pay documentary stamp tax on that? Right?
We will do so.
you
These
will
are
do
also
so.
learnings from us. So,
Guys, I wish you'd step back. You know what you guys should do? Step back and try to wiggle yourself because, it shows that talagang you get upset with us that you're lying. You are. You are. You are not only lying, yet you're feasting on money that was provided to you by my countrymen in taxes, and you're buying yourself nice vehicles. And even now, there's such a thing as conspicuous consumption of wealth, especially in this case, wealth that came from corruption. It's hard to explain, isn't it, Mr. Moji? Very hard, right? Your family is pretty well known, right, in the Indian community, correct? Correct, sir? How do you think your father would feel or your mother would feel? I really sympathize with them. You got yourself into this heap of problems, and you're answering. It's just like quicksand. The more you move, the more you go down. Can I have a copy of the letter of credit, credit letter, Mr. Wang? If it's not an LC, you must have a credit letter, correct? Or a certificate of credit, correct?
Yes,
Even if you did not use it, right?
Yes, we did not use it.
You see, first you had a letter of credit, then you said, no, we did not. It's really a credit. It's really a credit letter or a certificate of credit. And then after that, you say, oh, we did not use it. Okay, you did not use it. So how did you finance it? You used money provided by the government to fry the Filipinos out of their own lard so you can make more money.
Mr. Chairman,
That's how it appears to me. Forgive me.
we really did not have any advance payment from the government.
How can you say that?
Really, that is
true. Money that you got from the government. Let's start with you had only 13 million, which was supposed to be only 8 million. And then about 4 days later, is it? You got 54 million, correct? How was it enough to pay 220 million later? And about 2 days later, how was it able to pay 600 million? I've been through this a number of times already. And I will keep going back to it, and it's going to be very difficult for you to explain it. And if you think you can worm yourself out of this by Mr. Ong saying, "Oh, I want to consult my client," you can, your lawyer, you can go ahead and consult your client till you're blue in the face. We will not give up on you. You know, the Filipino Indian community, I've been guest speaker there many times. I've been a long time ago. When I go to Hong Kong, I mean, I've not gone to Hong Kong in a long time. I remember, do you know Harry Harrella? Mr. Mojit, Harry Harrella?
I've heard of him, but I don't know him personally.
Well, he may be in Hong Kong, but he likes the Philippines, invests here. He owns a Holiday Inn in Hong Kong, right? And are you familiar with a group called Esquire? The money changing store?
I've heard of them as well.
Huh?
I've heard of them as well, Mr.
You
Chairman.
can borrow money there?
Pardon, Mr. Chairman?
They give you quick money and they charge you interest, right?
I'm not sure of their business model, Mr. Chairman.
It's a business matter and I have no business. As a public official, as a senator investigating corruption and accountability of public officers, you're telling me, mind your own business? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I said, Mr. Chairman, is I'm not sure of their business model.
Sorry?
I'm not sure of the business model of Esquire, Mr. Chairman.
But you're familiar with it. It's you know, about maybe about 6 or 7 months ago, I was beginning to investigate money coming in from abroad. No, that was a year and a half ago. I'm sorry. In the millions, and they were stopped at customs. They declared it. It was okay. You know, happiness in this country. It's easy to do business when you know how to slip money here and there. But at least the customs collector did not buy it, so he announced it. And to the credit of the Money Laundering Commission, I have not heard from them. But on the other hand, you know, what we heard is that this guy Esquire Astoria was one of those involved. Now, like I said, the Indian community has been very, very prominent in this country, and you know, there's a time when the ambassador from India would always come to Longport, Subic Bay, and you know, I always admired the Indians because they're very, very hardworking, and some of the Indians were the highest Indians in the World Bank who helped me start Subic Bay. I don't see that in you right now. I see somebody who's sniveling, somebody who doesn't seem to know that he is in trouble, somebody who puts his pleasures first. Did you really give 10 million pesos to your girlfriend?
No, Mr. Chairman, I did not give 10 million pesos to my girlfriend.
Sorry?
No, Mr. Chairman, I did not give 10 million pesos to my girlfriend.
How much did you give her then?
I did not give her any money, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right, I'll take your word for it. I mean, so Senator Drilon is lying when he said that you gave 10 million? Where did he get that?
No, Mr. Chairman, I did not give her any money, and I don't.
You set them up in a corporation called Business Beyond Limits. Diba you set them up, including Miss Mago, Business Beyond Limits, diba?
Mr. Chairman, I think when Mohit brought this up to me,
Beyond Mercedes Custodio, Ana Marie Chua. Your girlfriend is a flight attendant, right? And they have a unit 1210 floor 4 Victoria Avenue, Tower C, Fifth Avenue. And who provided that unit? You did?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So you provided her with that unit?
I rented that unit for us to stay there before, but because of the COVID pandemic.
How much is the rental in that unit?
Pardon, Mr. Chairman?
How much is the rental for that unit?
I believe it's around 30 or 35,000.
And you share the same buildings, but you're in a different building, right? Same towers, right?
Different tower, same building name.
Correct. And because of your love for this young woman, and I hope your love is pure. You set him up, you set her up very, very nicely in a nice office building, and set her up in business, which is good because at least they won't be working for anybody anymore, and they got a nice contract for $500 million. Sure.
No, Mr.
Can you show
Chairman.
me?
They don't have
I'm
any
sorry.
contracts of $500 million.
How much was it then? And this is for face shield again, the very famous face shields that Miss Mago talked about.
Yeah. This is, I think, also the one that's being put on hold and by the
I didn't
DOH.
ask that. I just said that they got an award from the government. And the award was, the bid price was, how much?
I believe it was 37 million.
Oh, see, when your memory wants to say it, it appears 37 billion
Mr. Chairman,
870,000.
that's the reason why that's still
Do
fresh
you
in my
consider
memory
that
because
small
it's very
change?
recent.
Do you consider that small change? I mean, 37 million, 0.8?
I did not say anything that's small, Mr.
No, but you
Chairman.
know, I didn't announce it right away, but you did give it to your, who spotted them for it? Where did they get the money? From you?
Pardon, Mr. Chairman?
Where did they get the money to supply all this?
They haven't supplied it, Mr. Chairman. That's the one that I'm trying to explain that the DOH put it on hold, so it hasn't been accepted.
You know that if they put it on hold, but they were ready to pay for that, right? They were ready to, they bought that, and DOH put them on hold. Who paid for those supplies? I'm sure you did.
No, it's a
Because you're
joint
perfect
venture.
so much,
It's a
you're not in
joint
a
venture
better embarrassing
between.
situation, correct?
It was a joint venture between Pharmaly and BBL.
Joint venture. Why did you have to have a joint venture? Pharmaly was doing well enough by itself.
As mentioned previously, I said that we wanted to give credentials to BBL.
Credentials. You're in the
Yes.
habit now of issuing credentials.
It's not really. It's more of a cooperation between the two companies.
No, you did it because you were in love with this girl and you wanted to give her a chance in life, correct? Come on, be honest at least.
Yeah, I'm in love with her, and
You mean
yes,
to
I
tell
think
me your company is in the business of saying, I have a girlfriend, can you please supply them with money, spot them so they can go into business? They have to pay rental. They have to pay people.
I believe, Mr. Chairman, I didn't,
I'm asking you, Mr. Wang.
sorry.
You always come to the rescue, don't you? I'll answer it. Did you get the
Sorry, what?
advance? You have a copy of the advance. You don't have a receipt for the advance for your cars, right?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Let me tell you how you guys operate. Mr. Ong told me that he was an interpreter. All right? But Mr. Ong has, show me the pictures, please. Mr. Ong has a Porsche Cayenne, registered March 26, 2019, and then a Lexus RCF, July 9, 2021, after all the big to-do, and Porsche Carrera, February 2, 2021. Wow. And the price for the Cayenne is $8,850,000. And the Lexus is priced at $5.9 million. And the Porsche Carrera is priced at $13.5 million. Mr. Ong, is that loose change for you? Is that what they pay you for being an interpreter for Michael Yang? Yan ang binabayad sa'yo ni Michael Yang, ba? 13.5 million for a nice car? Kasi hindi ka makakatakas eh. Nandiyan na yan eh. Ayun ang nakapangalan sa'yo, registered owner, Lincoln Uy. Talagang Uy, Ong. Uy, 13.5 million. Saan galing ang pera yan? Kinita mo yan sa pagka-translate kay Michael Yang? Wow, galing mo naman. Oh, ba't natahimik ka? Uy, ito naman ang isa, Lexus RCF. Nabalik natin yan? Ganda ng, ang ganda ng Porsche. MB Lexus, wow, L. Hilig kayo sa L, Lincoln, Lao, Leong. Luho. Mahirap pagtanggol yan, Lincoln. Pinapawisan ka ba na malapot? Ang sabi mo sa akin, ang sweldo mo lang ay 85,000. Ano? Hindi mo sinabi sa akin. Ikaw ay interpreter ni Mr. Yang. Siyempre, nabighani ka. Nakakapasok ka sa opisina ng presidente. Nakakasalimuha mo yung presidente. Sikat ka sa Malacanang, labas-pasok ka. Wow. Binigyan niya ng credentials itong, ano pala? Business Beyond Limits. Mr. Mojit. Kasi even Mojit acknowledges, you acknowledge companies like Farmali should have the financial, legal, and technical capabilities before they win contracts with government agencies. Correct? Kailangan bigyan mo siya ng forma.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Bakit collection receipts ang issued at hindi OR?
Pardon, Mr. Chairman?
Ba't collection receipts ang natatanggap nyo at hindi official receipts? At bakit naman tinanggap ng DBM na walang OR?
I don't know why the DBM accepted it, but I believe in replacement or another document as OR is the sales invoice, which we have submitted, and the collection receipt is a proof that we have accepted the collection.
Mojit, let's
That's my
step back a while.
understanding.
Let me join you for a while and imagine with me. You step back. The cards have been shown. You got a cash advance. You say it was oral, so you did not pay, and that now biglang cambio ka. Oh, there will be a contract later on, correct? Yun ang sinabi mo, right? Cash advance. Maybe I should ask the BIR. Mr. Commissioner, sir, ano po ba ang implications na walang official receipt ang pagtanggap ng cheque at puro collection receipts lang? Ano po ang indication nun? Commissioner Caesar? Sir? Mr. Commissioner, BIR, please. Mr. Commissioner,
sir, dahil sa
BIR dyan?
umalis na yan.
Uwi na sila. What about former Secretary Avisado? Secretary Avisado, yan ba ang normal operations nyo? Walang official receipts? Ang pagdagat ng cheque at puro collection receipts lamang? Hindi ba hindi nag-i-issue ng official receipts? Secretary Wendell? Secretary Wendell? Secretary Wendell Avisado? Hindi nyo kami may inis. Babalik kami at babalikan namin kayo. Hindi tatagal yung sinasabi ng presidente na hindi niya papupuntahin dito. And he will lose every day. He will lose votes. He will lose credibility every day because tinatago niya kayo, pinagtatanggol niya kayo. Wala na rin si Wendell Avisado? Can you call him? Maybe Warren Leong can answer if he cares to. Mr. Leong?
Chairman, I'm here. Sorry.
Yes. Ayun pala, Secretary Avisado, sorry.
Yes.
Tinatanong namin kayo, tinanong ko kay Cesar Dulay, wala na siya. Bakit hindi nag-offer, hindi nyo, walang official receipt ang pagtanggap ng cheque at puro collection receipt ang pagtanggap nila?
I wish I could answer that, Mr. Chairman. I really would not know the procedure being done at the PSDBN
So
because
again, you're saying na they're on their own. Hindi sila
yes,
sumusunod sa inyo.
yes, Mr. Chairman.
Wala kayong influence sa software. Pag nakialam kayo, baka isumbong kayo sa taas. Ganun ba yan?
Well, actually, Mr. Chairman, I'm the one kasi releasing the funds eh. And then they're implementing it. So it's kind of very irregular kung makikialam talaga ako because baka sasabihin na ano naman, meron naman akong personal involvement. No? So,
Hindi ba totoo yun? Sinabihan kayo ng isang mataas sa kabinete na sabi, pagka makialam dyan, isasabit ka namin.
Hindi naman. Wala po nagsabi sa akin yan.
Well, it's up to you to say that, but I heard that. I mean, maybe it's not worth the spit. Natatataka lang ako, bigla kayong umalis eh. Alam nyo na nasayangan ako sa inyo dahil matino naman kayong kausap. Pero irregular nga kanyo, pag makikialam kayo, irregular pa yan. Di ba nakikita nyo, hindi tama yung procedure? Hindi kayo makikialam, nasa DBM kayo, kayo secretary, tapos itong Silaw can do anything that he wants?
Hindi ko kasi alam yung operations nila, Mr. Chairman. I was at the department proper. And so, pagka po meron lang mga isasangguni sa akin, administrative matters, that's where I act on them. But operations or otherwise, talagang sila lang po ang nagpapatakbo talaga.
Mr. Leong, anong sagot mo, Mr. Leong?
Your Honor, the finance department is not under me, but as far as I know, they issue receipts, Your Honor.
No, that we have here, what we have are collection receipts, and we have it.
Yeah, maybe the PSDBM can clarify that, Mr. Chairman. But
Hindi ba si Mr. Lau? Hindi na siya umattend dahil cabinet member pa siguro siya. In mufti, nakatago. Ha? Pinauwi na siguro, no? Sumasabit na lahat eh. Yan ang problema. Kaya kayo managot sa taong bayan. At sa husgado. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang. Ano pangalan niya? John Sell, diba? Sabi nito.
Chairman, sorry.
It might help us if you tell us who you personally dealt with the Union Bank for the issuance of the certificate of credit.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't personally deal with the Union Bank on this matter as I was overseas. That's why we appointed.
You call somebody, they're not just going to give you a certificate of credit without knowing. You know, one of the key fundamental duties of a bank is to know your customer.
Mr. Chairman, allow me to check with the company on that, on our communications, so that I can tell you. Because
You even have $1 billion pesos, and you're saying you don't know who you dealt with. You know, we've already filled this part of the investigation with your, you know, you try to escape by making all kinds of allegations and changing the allegations. Back to Mojit, I'm going to ask you again. You got an advance of how much for the car? For your sister?
I got an advance of 18 million for my sister's car, Mr. Chairman.
And for your car, how much did you get an advance for?
For my car, I did not use the advance of the company, Mr. Chairman.
And you had money of your own?
I had personal savings of my own, Mr. Chairman.
And how did you generate those savings? Were you a big businessman, or, as you say, a stock player of the stock market?
I've just been investing in stocks, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
You can check, you know, and find out kung ano yung mga stocks mo, kung kumita ka, be able to buy a nice unit, buy your girlfriend a nice unit, set her up with credentials. Did Michael Young know that you were engaging in another company that will that will sell product?
Michael Young doesn't know any of my private engagement, and I don't have to tell him any of my private life, Mr. Chairman.
So I didn't know. Would he take kindly to it if he knew that you were already skimming away and going to another company?
I leave that to Michael Young to answer, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I guess it's always good old Michael, isn't it? By the way, you promised to give us the contact details of Jeff Mariano. Have you given it?
I'll send it now, Mr. Chairman, to the email. Sorry.
Do I need to remind you about it? Senator Dillon would like to have it. By the way, Gerald Cruz is also beyond business limits OPC, right? Chief Financial Officer. Yes?
I believe so, Mr. Chairman.
You know, I don't ask questions that I don't know the answer for. I'm just trying to make sure that you answer it and confirm it. Right? He was the Chief Financial Officer. And you know that he was Michael Young's EA, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. How do you know that?
Through Mr. Lincoln Ong.
And you know why you're not too hot, because you're saying I'm accusing you of lying, but you did lie when you said that you were working for the Office of the President of the Philippines, particularly under the senior advisor of the President, who happens to be from the People's Republic of China. Do you think you'll ever be appointed a senior advisor? Or do you think Xi Jinping will appoint you also in China as his financial advisor? Are you a Filipino citizen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
But you do have another passport, don't you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And what passport is that?
Spanish, Mr. Chairman.
Spanish passport, all right? And you are a Spanish citizen as well?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So how convenient. Well, I will have more questions to ask Mr. Senator Frank. You know, they're playing a game and I'm willing to play that game. I'm not tired at we sent you a letter, Mr. Ong, to clarify, by the way, in your and you said you recognize the Senate's request for names, addresses, contact numbers, and other details of the 4 suppliers introduced by Michael Young, aka Yong Hong Min. Are those 4 suppliers sila Meow Meow? Sila ba yan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Sino yan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Sino nga yan? Si Meow Meow?
Pardon, Mr. Chairman?
Sino yung 4 suppliers?
One of the contact is Meow Meow. Yes po.
Sintue?
Gentui?
You heard me.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Tama, narinig mo na ako. Hindi mo sasagutin. Su Tian Yun?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman, yes po.
Tiga rito ba yung mga yan o sa China?
Taga China po.
Lahat sila tiga China. Sarap ng buhay ng mga Chinese, ano? Para silang may-ari ng Pilipinas. Ikaw, anak ka ng Chinese sa Filipino. Nagkaroon ka ng citizenship, correct? Hindi ka ba
Yes po,
proud
Mr. Chairman.
Hindi ka proud sa pagkatao mo? Tatay mo Chinese, pero inelect na mag-Filipino. By choice. By choice, di ba?
Mr. Chairman, I'm always a proud Filipino. Mahal na mahal ko po ang Pilipinas, Mr. Chairman.
Really, you're very strange way of showing it. Nice cars during a pandemic. Na talagang hirap na hirap ang tao, getting all the contracts. And you are a wheeler dealer, in fact. Ang galing mo eh. Kung tinanong si Mago, Paano nangyari yan? May sagot kaagad si Lincoln Ong kung gusto niya sagutin. Si Lincoln Ong po ang kumuha ng supplier. Pero kalahati lang binigay mo sa amin. Ang binigay mo lang, hindi ba, sa totoo lang, Tiger Phil, pahirapan pang binigay mo. Tama? Tama o hindi?
Nag-disclose po ako agad, Tiger Phil.
Philippine, mapahirapan pa eh. Kunyari, hindi mo pa matandaan eh. Then, meron ko ba sinabi si Wang Jin?
Wang Jie, yes po.
Pero hindi mo sinabi, meron pa palang green trends.
I have no idea about the green trends po. Kasi ang kausap ko po si Tiger Phil,
Alam mo
Mr.
na
Chairman.
Ito si Mr. Paano si? Ng Tiger Phil? Ay kumuha ng supply sa ibang tao, correct?
Ang kausap ko lang po si Tiger Phil. Kung ano po yung dealings na, I have no idea.
I'd like to order the OSA at this point to give Mr. Ong a pen and paper and write the Chinese names down for us. Please write down their names in Chinese characters and then pinyin and English names. Kwai.
Ano po yun, Mr. Chairman?
Yung 4 suppliers na sinabi mo, isulat mo lang yung pangalan nila sa Chinese characters at saka sa pinyin.
Mr. Chairman, hindi ko po kayang sulatin in a Chinese character.
Akala ko ba translator ka? Laki na sweldo mo, nakakakotse ka, tatlo eh. Siga ka nga masyado eh.
Mr. Chairman, hindi ko po kaya mag-Chinese character.
Pagka meron kang lusot, hindi mo kaya. Si Wang Jie.
Yes po, about kay Wang Jie.
Nasa si Wang Jie?
Last time nabanggit ko po yung
pangalan.
pangalan.
Pero wala kang kinukuha ang Filipino supplier, no? Diba, Senator Jerome, mahal na mahal niya ang Pilipino. Did you hear it right? Mahal niya. Pero kinukuha niya panay Chinese supplier.
Mr. Chairman, if I may share a short story.
No. I'm not asking for your short stories. I will ask you to translate what I'm about to say. Bo choy kang, bo tansya. Ano ibig sabihin nun?
If I understand correctly, no work, no pay. Something like that.
Kung hindi ka magtatrabaho, hindi ka kakain. Yan ba sinagawa mo? Trabaho ba yan? O talagang pandilin lang sa bansa natin na mahal mo? Bo choy kang, bo tansya. Aray. Ang bilis mo magkakotse, 3 pa. Bo choy kang, bo tansya. Ayaw ko sabihin to, pero may salita kayo na natutuhan ko rin. Ang tawag doon, sampasyaw. Hindi ko sinasabing ikaw yan. Alam mo ibig sabihin ng sampasyaw, di ba?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Ano ibig sabihin ng sampasyaw? Ikaw lang sabi.
Ako, Mr. Chairman, parang pong loko-loko.
Tarantado, di ba? Sampasyaw. Di ba? Yes, Frank, Senator Giron, sorry. Nakakapagod ito.
Can I ask a few questions on our witness? Yeah. May I know, okay, you mentioned in your testimony that Tiger Phil was one of your suppliers. You also mentioned Green Trends, is that correct?
No, Mr. Chairman. I never mentioned Green Trend.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to reconfirm, Mr. Ong. First, you mentioned Tiger Phil.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Other than Tiger Phil, are there other suppliers that supplied
Wang
your...
Jie, Mr. Wang Jie.
Oh, sorry?
Wang Jie.
Can you spell that, please?
W-A-N-G. Mr. Chairman, in fact, I think I submitted already the list, including the contact numbers.
Ganun. So, Mr. Chairman,
I can...
Yeah, do we have that list, if I may ask, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Ong,
Are you in possession of that list already? Mr. Kimbo?
Important to me. Do you have that list and the contact numbers? You submitted that, Mr. Ong.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
I have the names, that's why I should have the list. I don't have the contact numbers. I was the one who supplied them the list, remember? Sintwei, Su Tian Yun, Chang Hong, Akong Loco. No, I'm just kidding. Meow meow, meow meow.
Mr. Chairman,
I have to use myself because I've been
I
taking
just because as long as that executive order exists, we cannot ask government. So I'm asking. I'm trying to exhaust. I'm going to exhaust our inquiry and ask the private sector on issues which we otherwise cannot get because of the prohibition. That is totally unconstitutional. But may I ask our committee secretary to confirm on the record that we have the listing of the suppliers of Farmally and the corresponding contact address.
Your Honor.
Sorry?
Your Honor, may I proceed?
Yes, please. With the permission of the chairman.
A letter was sent by the chairman, Senator Gordon, to the counsel of Mr. Lincoln Ong to remind them that they had incomplete submissions, and specifically number 2, provide the committee the names, addresses, and contact numbers and other details of the 4 suppliers introduced to you by Mr. Michael Yang, aka Yang Hongming, and the contracts entered into with suppliers to supply the PSDBM. So the explanation of the lawyer is this. Per Mr. Ong, he will not provide for the same first reasons given. And above that, Per Mr. Ong, he previously mentioned that as far as he is concerned, he has already provided the committee with the complete delivery receipts. Kindly please check again the contents of the flash drive. So he will not provide for the same reasons first given, which is that he had provided as the list. But precisely why this letter was written was because we could not find that list. So insofar as the committee secretariat, Your Honor, is concerned, we do not have that list.
Okay, so Mr. Ong, you heard our the committee secretary. Can you provide us? You said you have provided us with a copy. Apparently, it is not in our records.
Mr. Chairman, I'm really sorry. I will provide this. I definitely will provide.
I'm sorry. You will provide it.
I will definitely provide. After the hearing, I will call my lawyer.
Okay, that's good, Mr. Chairman. If he can provide the listing of all the suppliers of Farmally and their contact address, I would appreciate it. And Mr. Chairman, we will, with the cooperation of Mr. Ong, little by little, maybe I personally can be can have some leeway insofar as the contempt charges are concerned, but we do hope that he gives us a little cooperation. And to start with, the names of the suppliers of Farmally, their contact addresses, and if he's willing to, the amount of the contracts of these Farmally suppliers. To the extent that you can, Mr. Ong. Is that feasible? Can you?
As for the list, Mr. Chairman, as for the list, I really like to cooperate, and then I will definitely even update it, not limited to Mr. Yang's, including Wang Jie. I already mentioned the Tiger Field. I include also the contact details of BGI and other suppliers. That we can definitely comply with you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Ong. Our good chairman heard that, and we'll be expecting some form of cooperation from your good self. You know.
Mr.
So,
Chairman, may I, Senator Drilon, may I? Mr. Chairman, wala po akong, I don't get to hold my phone, so I only get to use, I only get to talk to my wife and counsel using the phone of the Senate. But, you know, baka naman po.
I address that to the chairman. I do not have control over that. It is the chairman who decide on that. And I am sure if you show some cooperation, it can be reciprocated, Mr. Witness. But if you keep on holding, putting stumbling blocks all over the place, natural lamang, you know, you would be very strict in the application of the rules. But as far as that specific request is concerned, I would address that to our chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Drilon.
So, okay. I would be away. Yeah.
Just for the record, Senator Drilon, you keep passing it on to me. I'm not the one in charge of his detention. We all of us made that decision.
Yes.
And the standard procedure of the Sergeant at Arms, so that hindi sila maisahan. Pinagagamit yung telepono ng Senate at yung kanilang telepono, hindi sila makagamit.
Security procedure.
Security procedure yun, nasa security procedure na.
Mr. Chairman, excuse my ignorance. I'm just speculating on what the actual procedure is because I am privy to it.
They're trying to make it appear na tayo masasabang tao dito, that we're monsters. We don't. We've been trying to get help. They don't want to help. They want to line their pockets, have nice cars, have all the things that they want in life. You know, depende sa kanya yan eh. Maybe if they cooperate, alam mo, Lincoln, ginagamit mo pa yung mga kaibigan namin para tumawag sa akin. Hindi na nga ako kumikibo doon eh. Diba?
I have a request up to you to dispose, I mean, up to Mr. Ong to respond to it, and I will just await for his response. So I will have questions once I have those information from Mr. Ong.
Are you going to give the answers, Mr. Lincoln Ong? You're able to call your lawyer. In fact, your lawyer is watching right now, isn't he?
Yes, Attorney Don Appoint is
That your lawyer is not watching over you.
I hope he's watching over me because
I know you know.
Is Tiger Phil in attending the hearing now?
Excuse me, Senator General, I just want him to submit, if he really is sincere, submit it to us as soon as you get back to your quarters.
Okay.
Senator Dillon. Fair?
Fair?
the list, yes, definitely as soon as possible.
As soon as possible. The moment we're done, the moment you get back to your quarters, submit it to us.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, Senator Dillon, para if he's happy. Submit it to both me and Senator Dillon and the other senators.
I have no means of a tool to submit that as I have to coordinate with my team. I think they have I surely they have that list. I have to coordinate with them.
What about your accountant? Si Jeff Mariano? Hindi ko kayo maintindihan eh. Laki-laki ng kontrata nyo, ginagamit nyo si
Mr. Chairman, putol-putol po kayo.
Eliminada Sebial. Sorry mama, Sebias ang nasabi ko. Iniisip ko kasi yung sibuyas eh. Kanina sinabi ko yun eh. Habang binabalatan natin, nakakaiyak talaga eh. Pero yung accountant, 4,000 ang sweldo. Totoo ba yun, Lincoln? Tapos pinapaharap yun. Mamaya, wawalan pa siya ng lisensya dahil sa mga ginagawa niyang mali. Hindi niyo ba maibigay pati yung donation ninyo na sinasabi niyo?
Mr. Chairman, I am not aware of the engagement of our firm with the accounting firm. Hindi ko alam yung mga detalya.
Sino may nakakalam? Sino nakakalam? Pipito lang kayo dyan sa kumpanya nyo eh.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, ano po ulit? Sorry.
Pipito lang kayo sa kumpanya ninyo. Hindi mo pa alam kung sino may hawak.
Okay, maybe we can ask Huang or si Mr. Mohit.
Tinanong na namin siya eh. Binibigay niya sa amin yung kanyang yung kanyang email.
Ayun po.
Well, do what you will and we'll see what we can do. All right? Now I'd like to ask Mr. Mohit with the permission of Senator Frank. Mr. Mohit, where's your father now?
I don't know, Mr. Chairman.
You don't know where your father is? There's a COVID pandemic going on. You don't know where your father is? A good son would always try to remember his father. Are you a good son? That seems to run among your friends. Mr. Wang doesn't know where his father is. Right, Mr. Wang? Yonsen? That's your name, right? Anglicized name, Yonsen. Is that correct?
Jensen, yes, that's correct.
Jensen.
Yes.
Jensen. See, I know more about you than you think you know.
Mm.
So you don't know where your father is? Mohit Dargani doesn't know where his father is? What precipitated the loss of your father in your family?
I don't understand. I don't understand the question.
Mr. Mohit. Mr.
Mr.
Mohit,
Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
what precipitated the departure of your father from your home?
He was not getting along with my mom.
He couldn't get along with your mom.
And Mr. Chairman, I believe this is already a very personal and private matter that it's about our family. It has nothing to do with the investigation.
Well, you can get mad at me if you like. You continue to lie. I will
Mr.
treat you
Chairman.
the way you are treating yourself. Personal? Di ba Indians love their parents? I'm just asking. Don't you love your parents? No matter what happened? Don't give me that song and dance. I've seen that before. So you don't know where your father is. Is he still in Manila?
I really don't know. I think he's just in the Philippines, but where in the Philippines, I really don't know, Mr. Chairman.
How did you happen to get a Spanish passport?
My mom is Spanish.
Why do you need two passports? Two citizenships. Why? Cannot answer also. Is that part of an escape plan? And I'm sorry, I really don't enjoy this. Akala nyo I enjoy it. I do not enjoy it. If you lie, if you keep evading, if you keep conducting evasive action, I will continue to ask. Senator Villar will continue to ask. Not very pretty, but I guess it's the way it is. And some of us who still treat our oath seriously. All right, Senator Hontiveros, you were supposed to be on deck.
No, thank you, Chairman. I had to step out only a while to chair the budget hearing of the Department of Human Settlements, but I came back to listen to the hearing, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po.
All right. Senator Dillon, you have any more questions?
No more. I will await the information that Mr. Ong promised the committee, and we'll ask the questions at that time. If Mr. Ong can provide the committee with the information that I requested, as he has promised, maybe we can save time, because we will ask for the appearance of these people. We will invite them. When can you provide us the list or the information that I requested, Mr. Ong?
Mr. Chairman, as long as I get to return to my to my detained area, and then I ask the OSAA to lend me a phone, and I'll make the call. I think you should be getting it in the Senate Blue Ribbon email within the day. I think, yeah. But for the updated one, I cannot promise, as I don't have the means and tools.
Whatever, yes. Even if not updated, that would be much appreciated. And I would submit to the chairman's discretion as to whether or on how we can secure this information that we're asking for. And we will ask the questions afterwards, and a few other questions once we have this data that you have requested. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will await for this information and have more questions to ask.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief manifestation, because earlier I saw Mr. Wang. I think he was shedding tears. I saw the difficulty also that Mohit Dargani was experiencing, trying to answer the necessary questions being posed by our committee. I just want to speak in the same spirit as the chairman expressed to them, that no one enjoys having to ask difficult or even painful questions, but they are necessary for us to all try to get to the truth. Our committee isn't trying to hurt anyone else. We are just trying to find justice, Mr. Chairman. I believe that's what the Blue Ribbon is about. Find justice for those who have been injured by what we perceive is wrongdoing in the use of government funds. So just to express, Mr. Chairman, that feeling with them, yet challenging them to continue to answer the questions of the committee even more and more completely and truthfully, for the sake of the people, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
I see people crying every day in my life as a Red Cross volunteer. People who lost their relatives. People who cannot make do for a simple request of blood, and we give them blood. We provide for the RVN sisters, 9 of whom have died without asking. We just go there and help. We are in Batanes and people are crying because they have no rooftops, because the storm has blown it away, the typhoon has blown it away. I see people trying to get their lives back in Bicol, building homes for themselves, with GI sheets, and in Albay, building actual homes. I see people getting dialysis in our Red Cross centers, free dialysis. They have tears in their eyes. I don't even want to go there, Mr. Dargani, I don't even want to go there. Or Lincoln Ong, makonsensya naman kayo. Because when I go there, may mga tao hinahawakan yung kamay ko, hinahalikan yung kamay ko, nagpapasalamat. Kundi raw sa akin, wala na raw sila. Patay na sila nung araw pa. there are people who are having a hard time. And don't you tell me you have a hard time. By the way, I don't mind telling you, Mr. Gargani and Mr. Lincoln Ong, your friend told me about your parents. So sabi nila, namimiss nyo raw ang tatay nyo. Tinanong ko lang yun dahil sabi niya, yung tatay nyo namimiss nyo. Because I know how it is. You know? Parang OFW kami nung ang tatay ko at nanay ko nung nasa Olonga pa sila. So 6 hours away when I was going to school and I had to go to Manila and study here with my sisters, and we would cry going to school. Yes, I know the feeling. Yesterday, Senator Arroyo of the Blue Ribbon Committee, who died last year, the same time, October 5. I was there for the mass. Sure, I had tears inside me. They show it. Because we lost a good man. I lost my classmate. Just found out today. So, Senator Hontiveros, please favor me by not telling the public that they're crying because they might get sympathy. I have no sympathy for these people because they keep lying to us. They keep lying to us at the expense of the people of this country. Because they know, tama yung sinabi ni Senator Jeron, MBA sila eh. May malakas akong backer. May backer ako. So spare me. Spare me.
I submit, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. And anyway, I guess you don't know how hard it is. Last night we slept at 5:30 studying all this. And let me just tell you, folks, we work really, really hard not to enjoy ourselves here. It's a pain to see young people like Lincoln, 33 years old, huh? Lincoln, 33 years old?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And you own a cement factory in Pangasinan, correct?
Parang wala naman po.
Huh?
Ay, wala po, wala po.
Come from a very prominent family in Pangasinan, correct?
No po, hindi po.
Saan ka?
Simpleng tao lang po, Mr. Chairman.
Saan kayo? Simpleng tao kayo, pero I wish I had your simple life. 33 years old. Nice car. Lexus. Nice car. Ano yung kotse? Hindi ko nga ma-pronounce eh. Porsche. Ha? Porsche. Porsche. Ano pa isa? Dalawang Porsche. Ang kilala ko lang Porsche nung araw, yung nabasa ko sa Merchant of Venice. Anyway, with the permission of the body, I will suspend the hearing. It's a game of stamina. And if you think the filing of the certificate of candidacy will deter me, I really don't give a damn about what you think. I just give a damn of giving justice to our people. I don't know about the others. I can only speak for myself. Niloloko lang ako minsan. This Duterte versus Gordon. I don't want to fight with Duterte. He's very strong, very powerful. And if he thinks he can bully everybody, I do not intend to be bullied. I do not want to fight. I'm a peaceful man. But what a nice privilege to fight for justice in this country. I'm sure Senator Duran feels that. So let me just suspend this hearing. You know, Jojo Binay's investigation, I think, took about how many? 27 hearings? You know, pagbigyan ko na muna si Tony Leachon. Tagal ka nang pupunta dito. Bakit ba nandito ka? What is your interest, Tony? You're always here.
Sir, I was invited to say my position on the COVID pandemic response. And if you remember, sir, I spoke on the second day on the rationalization of vaccines.
Yeah.
And I think my presence here, though I'm not speaking, sir, is in support of the Senate hearing, particularly on this huge issue, sir. And if there are questions, sir, on the COVID pandemic response, I'm willing to help, sir. And just for the record, sir, I'm here to support all the senators in the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee hearing, to seek justice and to stand firm, sir, on what is right.
Do you think that all these shenanigans has an effect in the impact? Do you think that the presence of the cabinet members really have an impact when they work in the office or they work at home? Which is far more important.
Sir, I think the COVID pandemic response is actually anchored on good leadership and governance, and therefore accountability is key. They should be present in this meeting because if
If you were president, do you think these people will last a minute longer with what you've heard?
I don't think so, sir.
I agree with you. If I were president, which I'm not, they would have been kicked out a long time ago, and they would have been facing a formal investigation. But I don't understand why the president insists on doing it. He's changed a lot. Sometimes when you're in power, you get giddy. Tony, you have any more suggestions for COVID here in this country?
Yes, sir. Reflecting on the Bloomberg Resilience Ranking, I think we're having cases right now at around 13,000 to 15,000, but this may be short-lived, sir, because of the lack of infrastructure like healthcare capacities. And based on the Bloomberg Resilience Ranking, if the positivity rate is high, we're down right now to about 20%. We're the second actually worst in the world next to Mexico. And the other thing is our vaccination rate.
Isa bawat 5 Pilipino ay may tama ng COVID, correct?
That's correct, sir. 1 in every 5, sir, will be positive. So
And
the
they had provided it earlier, imbis na ginastos na kung saan-saan. Would we be
yes, sir.
better off?
I fully agree, sir. If we rechannel some of the funding, sir, in for the face shield and face mask, sir, to the testings, I think we should be all right by this time. And then the vaccination rates, sir, most of the countries in the world are actually back in business because of the high vaccination rate. If you look at, sir, at the top 10 in the world right now, 8 out of 10, sir, are actually from Europe, and no other country has scored less than 70% in the vaccination rate. So it means that to get back in business, the country has actually addressed the positivity rate by using all the available diagnostic tools like rapid antigen test, the RT-PCR, and of course a guideline should be put in place. The US FDA, sir, just announced today the rapid antigen test should be part of the armamentarium for rapid diagnosis so that you can isolate the patient as well. The vaccination rate, I think, sir, we should actually plan for the boosters. If we're not planning for that, sir, you cannot just order vaccine today. In order to sandbag, sir, you need to order today, and then you get the stock for in the next 6 months. But if we're not going to think about the boosters, other countries are doing right now, Singapore is doing right now, US doing right now. We cannot just get the mRNA vaccines because the only ones approved for the booster is actually the mRNA, and that's actually Pfizer or Moderna. So we're behind, sir. And if we're behind in the vaccination, then we will not get the herd immunity. And if we will not get the herd immunity, we will not reopen the economy and bring back our lives to normalcy.
You know, Mr. Leachon, Dr. Leachon, I cannot believe that people like, for whatever they say about him, Secretary Duque, or for that matter, Secretary Galvez, and many others there. I think they try hard, but maybe, I don't know what's missing. I just hope that we can find out what's missing para we can solve this problem. But anyway, I thank you for your comments, and with the permission of our colleagues here and for those who are in attendance and those who are following, may we ask that we reset the hearing on Monday or Tuesday next week? which is the preference of everybody.
Yes, whatever.
Uh,
Yes, at your pleasure, Mr. Chairman.
Shall we make it October 11 Monday? Is that correct?
Okay, fine, sir. What time?
11 a.m.
11 a.m. is fine. Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Senator. See, I can't even remember now. Senator Risa.
So October
Chairman, Mr.
11,
Chairman.
11,
11 Monday. 11 Monday.
11 a.m.
I just want to get this. If you think I don't want to get this over with, we can get this done better if these people cooperate. But would you gentlemen like, if you like, we can come out with a release already, preliminary release by that time, by Monday. Would that be all right with you? I will circulate it. Or we just do it on Tuesday so you can have time to get it over the weekend and mull over it on Monday, and then on Tuesday we come out with the release, whichever comes first.
Yes, we submit to the discretion of the chairman.
Okay, sir. Temporary. Right now, I will schedule it on Tuesday, and we'll try to get you the preliminary interim report because I think baka magalit na naman ng presidente na sabihin tinatagalan natin. Well, Mr. President, we have to finish this because ang dami pang hindi nakukuha. Ayaw magsabi yung mga tauhan nyo rito kung saan kinuha yung pera, kung sino pinagbilihan nila para malaman natin ang punot dulo. So we'll do that. If you don't mind, we'll do it October 12. We'll aim for distribution of the reports by that time.
So we still have the hearing on Monday at 11 a.m.
Tuesday is the hearing. Monday, to give it time because we'll try to finish it over the weekend. Tapos na tapos, and then we can give it on Tuesday for everybody to. You can make the announcement yourself if you like.
Okay, whatever.
Right. Or we might have a call on Monday to find out kung ma-announce na natin.
Okay, yes, sir.
Pag-uusapan pa natin yan eh. Hindi lang naman akong gagawa niyan. Hindi lang tayo.
Yes, sir.
So Tuesday it is October the 12th. And if we can do it earlier, then we'll try to do it so that we can.
So what time on Tuesday, sir?
11 o'clock, sir. 11 o'clock.
Okay.
All right.
So with that, we move to suspend our sessions until the 12th of October at 11 a.m.
So ordered. Session is suspended until October 12 at 11 o'clock a.m. Thank you very much, sir.